Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Today is going to be a pretty chill day. We're going to be working on channel-related things. And the first thing we're going to work on are updating the frequently asked questions. So if you're newer here in the Coding Garden community, we'll be updating this page here, and also we'll kind of be going through it as well. So if you've never gone through this repo, this will be answering a lot of questions that you may not have known the answer to. Yeah, FAQs are short for frequently asked questions. And I'm not left-handed. Do I have anything in here about not being left-handed? Because actually, this is definitely a frequently asked question I get, because on this scene you can see that I'm using a mouse with my left hand. You actually can't see the mouse very well, but it's a vertical left-handed mouse, and the reason I use that is so that I get less fatigue in my right hand, which has and right wrist, which has a lot more issues with being used too much. So a lot of the pain in my right wrist comes from using like the trackpad on my MacBook while sitting on a couch. I got in a really bad habit of doing that whenever whenever the pandemic happened. I pretty much always use my left hand now. And also over the years I've developed better. I don't know how do I talk about it. My left hand is less dumb because I am right-handed. But over the years, having used a left-hand mouse so much, I'm trying to multitask. Here we go. Just adding it as an issue so I don't forget to answer that question. Over the years, because of dexterity, yeah, and also being ambidextrous. I am by no means ambidextrous, but I definitely, my left hand gets more use now, so it's not as dumb as it used to be. But yeah, that's the plan. We're going to go through each one of these questions, make sure the answers are still the same, and also we're going to add new questions that haven't made it here but are frequently asked questions. Yeah. And I will say, though, a long time ago, I used to, when I was at my computer, it used to be like I was at a spaceship, because I had a left-handed vertical mouse and a right-handed vertical mouse, so I could like switch throughout the day. These days, I just have the left-handed one. And then, in the wrong Missy, thank you for that 20 months. After we finish updating the frequently asked questions, we're going to update my gear page, because this is somewhat outdated. This says I'm using the Red Dragon keyboard as my main keyboard. It's not true anymore. I'm using this one as my main keyboard. Check it out. I really like this keyboard, so we'll talk about that more later. Also, I'm using a different camera that I don't think is on my gear page. What camera am I saying that I'm using? Oh, no, that's updated. Cool. But there's some other things on here that need to be updated, like my MacBook stand that I use and other stuff like that. Yeah, the gear page also has the mouse that I use. It's a really expensive mouse, but I have had this for 8 years. I've literally been using this same left-handed mouse for like at least 8 years, and it still works. So yeah, I'll have to update the text here, because it's been over 5 years that I've been using this mouse. So that's the plan for today. Thank you everybody for tuning in. There won't be too much code, at least in the first couple of hours, because we're going to be working on this in the gear page. But then after that, we are going to work on stream overlays. So this, like my chat window, you can see right now that some icons are broken. I need to fix that. It's probably going to be one of the first things we do, is fix the icon. And then there's some other things we want to integrate into the overlay that we'll be working on as well. But we'll start coding on that stuff from like roughly 2 hours. In the meantime, we're going to work on this. But welcome in, everybody. Glad to have you. Thank you very much to Kevin Bonjaski for the 5 months, who says, "You're doing great with the streams. Really enjoy it. Keep at it." Thank you, Kevin. And again, thank you, Missy, for the 20 months. Do I really think there will be enough time? I don't know. I'm being optimistic. I'm usually pretty optimistic. But yeah. Yeah. So my chat window is built with Electron, and in the frequently asked questions repo, there is this file which talks about all the overlays running on my screen, and also links to the YouTube videos where I built those things, or at least started building those things. Yep. So this camera right here, and we'll talk about that more when we get to the gear, but this is the Mokose 4K USB camera. This one right here. I mention it here. I mean, and when we talk about gear, I'll talk about like how all this stuff works. But typically, most streamers use like a really nice DSLR camera. I mean, for a while, I wasn't using a nice camera, but I was using like a camcorder, and then I had HDMI out from that would be plugged into an HDMI capture card like this. So it's a lot of extra hardware. This camera works really well. I mean, you can be the judge of it. Like, it's not amazing. It's not going to be better than like a DSLR or like some of the more fancier mirrorless cameras, but it looks good enough for me. Like this is even like a zoomed in version of it. So like if you want to see, I mean, again, we'll talk about this later. Yeah, it's plenty for Twitch. Plenty for Twitch. This. I forgot that you can't hear me on that scene. I mean, and the reason I don't have audio on that scene, well, honestly, we'll talk about this later. We'll talk about this later. And I'll give you a better preview of what this camera can do and all that. Like I said, it's not amazing, but it works for me. And there's some other versions of this, like this one over here is the autofocus version of it. And here I can turn off the blur here. Yeah, so that's the same camera, but it has autofocus built in. Works pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Oh, no worries, no mistaking. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Your TV is not broke. Your TV is not broke. It's just me. I mess things up sometimes. All right, let's say hi to everybody. Let's welcome everybody in. Yeah, so a lot of the stuff I do is over on my GitHub. So if you look at the Coding Garden GitHub, there are 170 repositories. Every single one of those repositories, the code that is there, I wrote on stream at some point in time. So it's open source in the sense that I use a lot of this stuff to teach and to talk about code, but I don't. It's not necessarily open source in the sense of like a library that a lot of people are using. That's a different kind of open source, and I don't really have much of that. I'd like to get into that, but I just don't have much of that. But everything I do is technically open source. I released it under the MIT license, but it's not like I'm working on like a major open source project or anything like that. Yeah. Do I do other stuff than stream? I mean, I play guitar. I like to go for walks. What do you mean by that, Nilset? Also, let's say hi to everybody. So, and first we'll take a stretch and a sip of water. If you've got some beverage at home, take a sip. We will get into this. Also, this is a new shirt. I got this yesterday. I don't think it looks very good against my blue screen. There might be some like weird stuff happening, but I like this shirt. Oh, work quiet. Yeah. So that's in the frequently asked questions as well. So I used to have a full-time job, but I left my job back in June. And I've just been living off of savings and streaming for fun since then. But my goal is to make a living from streaming and YouTube videos, and really what I'm realizing is probably the main way I'm going to make money is from a paid course, because all the tutorials on my YouTube channel are free, but I'm working on a more structured course that'll make me money. Okay, and no, thank you for that, Prime. You're too kind. You just got here today. I answer one question and you Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's say hi to everybody. So if you'd like me to acknowledge you, you can write a message that matches this regular expression. So if you say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hayo, bohayo, bogahay. Say any one of these things, and I will acknowledge you. And if you don't know what a regular expression is, just say hi. Say hi, and specifically the word hi, because if you say hi with two I's, I won't see it. Or if you say hey with two Y's, I won't see it. But here we go. We're going to go back in time to 29 minutes ago when American 2050 informed me that I was late. What's up, American 2050? And hello, Mark and Spinderman and Matacolette and Poplip. Welcome in. What's up, Fizzy Fizz and Timon and Cesar and Tech Turner and Rasta and Demerka and Shiraz and Veeb and Alauno and Vedith. Welcome in. Hello, Distant Sense and Ofsks and Zelino and Samit. Hello. What's up, Saint Lowell? And Pablo, hello, Namaste Geek. Welcome in the Shibas, and the Oxty, and Vulture Bike, and Kalasiki, and Fob, hello, Practic, and Gion, and Mintz Sanad, hello. What's up, Delano? And Yugioff. It's been a while, Yugioff. Welcome in. I feel like it's been a while. Glad to have you. What's up, Daddy Ray? And Tapajanaki, hello, hello. How can you see when you started following? I think if you do exclamation mark following, you gotta spell it right. But if you do following spelled correctly, Alkabot, I think, if he's here, will tell you how long you've been following. What's up, Derp Sauce? And Proheaton? Maybe it's Followage? Yeah, Alkabot might not be here right now. He's asleep. What's up, Proheaton and Derp Sauce and Nimblo and Northern Aviation and Wodude and Nullset and Wucha and Turafoon and Nookie Poo and No Friends. Well, you got friends here, no friends. So welcome in. What's up, BJ Sebastian and Crypod and Ala Fixit? Hi. Hello. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Welcome to the show. I guess real quick, I can show you how to customize your chat messages, so you can see people. You can set your flag. You can also set your icon, which is for some people is broken right now. For some people, it's not. Like you can see the React logo, and like the 42 logo. Honestly, I won't tell you how to do that because it's broken. We're gonna fix that later. But you can set your country flag. Are front-end devs considered software developers? I think so. So there's a really long and complicated answer to that question because modern front-end development is complicated. It involves architecture. It involves a lot of stuff. And in recent times, the complexity of an application, like a lot of it has transitioned to the front end, whereas in the past a lot of it was on the back end. So all of that to say, you'll come across older, more seasoned devs that say, oh, front end isn't real software development, but they're just behind on the times. They actually don't know what's involved in modern front end development because I do, in my experience, and having a computer science degree and having worked on stuff that wasn't front end beforehand, the stuff we do on the front end is just as complicated as the other types of software that are written. Now, people could argue that like front end devs don't know architecture very well or don't write clean code, but that's a generalization, and it's gatekeeping. So yes, I think front end devs are software developers. Oh, look at that Svelte logo. So, aside from that, if you want to set your country flag, you can check out the names of the countries over here. Yeah, you want to make my regex crash? So the thing is, you could try a regular expression denial of service. I don't know what that entails, but you can see the regular expression. If you can craft a specially crafted message that makes that regular expression think for a really long time, you could potentially crash my overlay. So yeah. That was before components existed. Yeah, really before like modern front-end architectures existed. Yeah. Can you explain how QR code works and how can a code sum with trackable scan? This isn't really a Q&A stream, but this is I'll give you the quick answer, Wucha, because I know you're a longtime community member. A QR code literally just has text inside of it. The QR code itself does no tracking at all. What people typically do is they store a like short URL inside of that QR code. And all of the tracking happens on some sort of backend. So when somebody goes to that URL, there's a backend process that like logs the fact that somebody just clicked on that link. But the QR code itself doesn't actually do any tracking. Yeah. Front-end devs don't need to write code at all. I guess that's right. I mean, you could argue that. And what's up, Findall? Welcome in. Everyone should click that link, drop a follow. They are a member of the live coders team. as well. And I'm good. I'm good. Welcome in, Albertina. Okay, what are we doing? I'm telling you about the flags that you can set. So, um, in this repo, you can see all of the country flags. So if you see your 2-character country abbreviation for your flag, you can set that in the chat. So you can just do !flag, 2-character country code. For me, it's US. For you, might be something else. But it gets more fun than that, because if you go to this repo and you see that your country also has a folder, you can dive into that folder, like let's say Great Britain, and you can see all of the states or provinces of that country, and you can set this as your flag. So for instance, if you wanted to set, I mean, I clicked Great Britain, but I know nothing about the abbreviations, so I'm going to go with something that I do know, like the US. But you can see in here, there are a bunch of states. So if I wanted to set my flag to the Colorado flag, I could do US/CO. And now all of my messages have the Colorado flag, which is arguably a very nice flag. I like this flag. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be where you're from. I mean, some people have their flag set to like Antarctica or whatever else. Yeah, so that repo is over on the Coding Garden thing, but it's this last link in this command, the flags there. And I'll be reviewing. Yeah, there's a lot of flags that are not countries, which makes it hard to recognize. But I'll be reviewing PR requests on Coding Garden repos tomorrow. And for instance, someone added the Milwaukee People's flag. So I'd never heard of this, but they linked to the Wikipedia for it as well. So like technically, like the city of Milwaukee. What state is Milwaukee in? Milwaukee. Is it Illinois? Wisconsin. Okay, so this is the actually this is the official city flag for Milwaukee in Wisconsin, which is a U.S. state. But they made a pull request that was like, hey, this people's flag is a thing, and I'd like to use it. So tomorrow when I merge that pull request, they'll be able to set their flag to that. And if you come across... well, not if you come across. If you go to this repo and you don't see your city or country flag, you're more than welcome to make a pull request, and I'll merge it in, and then it'll get working in the overlay. Could be the Costco flag. I mean, it could be. Does Costco have a flag? It could be really anything that has the letter C in it. Though that's why I actually do like the Denver flag. So for that, it's U.S., Colorado, Denver, and that is cool because it's like just the sun rising over the Rockies. That's a cool one. Okay, that's it for that. Here's the repo if you want to try and find your city, country, or state, province, all that good stuff. Hey, Keen. My day was good. It's just getting started. I set up a new camera angle this morning because I'm sitting. Last time I was streaming, I was standing. And the camera up there looks a whole lot weirder when I'm sitting. So I moved the camera over here. And what else did I do? I ate a burrito. I drank some water. That's about it. That was my day so far. So no, I'm not adding the View Denver flag. So like right now we're keeping the repo to only have flags from countries, states, provinces, and cities. We're not doing like organizations or anything like that. So okay, let's get into it. So if you're just joining us, what I mentioned is today we are going to be updating the frequently asked questions. And also, if you're newer to the Coding Garden community, this will be an opportunity for you to learn about about Coding Garden and the history of Coding Garden and all that good stuff. So here we go. What we're going to do is we're actually just going to start at the top. Make sure that the answers to these questions are still relevant, and then when we're done with all of, or are still correct, and then when we're done with all of that, I will add any new questions that people have asked that I believe are frequently asked questions. Yeah, I saw your PR drills. It's a good one. Tomorrow is my plan to review pull requests though. And Janad, welcome in, Raiders. Glad to have you. We're just getting started. What were you working on? learning with Laura and Teach Jen. Nice. So you had like a guest on and you were learning some stuff? That's awesome. Is it National Pickle Day? I love pickles. I really like pickles. To my own detriment. Like I will eat pickles until I feel sick because of all the vinegar. Well, I'll definitely have to get me some pickles today. But for the raiders that are just coming in, this is the coding garden, and I write code on stream. But I have this frequently asked questions repo that's just full of questions that people ask me all the time. And what we're doing today is we are updating it, just making sure that all of the answers are correct, and then also adding some new questions in there. National Diabetes Day. Well, I don't think pickles is bad for people with diabetes. Maybe it is. Maybe if they're like sugary pickles. But yeah. We have sweet pickles too, but I much prefer like more like spicy pickles. Sweet and spicy pickles are pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, Mucha. You're very welcome. Okay. First question. What theme do I use in VS Code? People like this a lot, and I guess I don't have any JavaScript to demonstrate it, but you can see my theme like in this JSON file. But that is still just black. I've been using this theme for a long time. And if you look over at my VS Code settings repo, in here are some settings that modify the theme slightly. Not much. Basically, I change the color of comments. I make it so that I remove some italics on some of the default style. And then I make comments italics, which usually aren't. So all of these are just like slight modifications. If you use just black and then add these add these settings to your VS Code settings, you'll get the same theme as I have. Yeah, and I think we made comments like more like of a purple color. Yeah, like that. I haven't used a lot of game frameworks, but I haven't heard of that one specifically. Wait, you can't change the color of unused variables? You should be able to. It should be a thing. We just got to find the setting. So that's still relevant. That's still the theme I use, and those are still my settings. What font do I use? I still use Anonymous Pro. That's correct. How do you select emojis in VS Code? This is still the same thing. There's still, surprisingly, people always ask about this. Like, how'd you just do that? This isn't VS Code specific. This is built into a Mac. So on a Mac, if you do Command Control Space, Command Control Space, that brings up the emoji window. And if you're on Windows, Windows key plus period or Windows key plus colon will bring up the emoji selector. What is that break reminder that keeps popping up? It's called timeout. And in 40 seconds, it's going to remind us to take a break. Did I say Command and Control? Oh, yeah. It's called like the super key, basically the Windows key. And honestly, so like I'm actually using a Windows keyboard, but it's this, because on Windows this is like the Windows menu, but on a Mac it's the Command key. And it's not the control equivalent, no, which makes it tricky switching between them. But the Command key on a Mac is the equivalent to the Windows super key. Yeah. This is my break timer. So I have this set up so that every 10 minutes it tells me to take a 10-second micro break. So this is just a reminder to take my hands off the keyboard. I've already talked about it today. Like if you've been here since the beginning, I was talking about my left-handed mouse. And for me, repetitive strain injuries and like preventing myself from like hurting my wrists is something that's like top of mind. So having a quick micro break, I guess I have it set to 15 minutes. But having a quick micro break is one of the simplest ways to prevent yourself from getting a repetitive strain injury. Because the reason we get RSI or repetitive strain injuries is by keeping your hands or wrists in the same position for a long period of time. But simply lifting your hands off the keyboard is just the easiest thing you can do to prevent yourself from like getting pains in your wrist and stuff like that. So this reminds me to take my hands off the keyboard. And then it reminds me to take a longer break every hour, which we typically don't do. I mean, really, it's just Twitch does not incentivize people taking breaks. Like, if I take a break, my viewership drops like 100 viewers. So I just don't take breaks, and if I die earlier, it's Twitch's fault. But this does remind me to take breaks, and when I'm not streaming, I do try to at least get up and walk around for like 5 minutes. But this app is called Timeout, and if you're not on a Mac, there is an app called Stretchly, and that's cross-platform. So if you're interested in this kind of frequent break thing, you can check that out as well. But yeah, and welcome in, Junks. I would say this is probably a frequently asked question, so I'm actually going to add this to my frequently asked questions, but it's because I use 7TV. I'm a 7TV subscriber. Also, if you see me talking in any other Twitch channel, you'll see that my name is all like highlighted and stuff. And it's because I'm a 7TV subscriber. Also, this is wrong. I'm a 3-month sub. This says 1 month. I'm actually like a 3-month 7TV subscriber. But when you sub to 7TV, you get the ability. Yeah, look at that. We got Quetzal with a 9-month sub, and that's super cool. They call these paints. Quetzal. But one of the perks of being a sub is you can set your Twitch avatar to be an animated icon. So the fact that you have the 7TV extension installed is why you see my avatar is animating. Like that. But I am going to add this to the frequently asked questions because I get that question every now and then. Does VS Code work fine on a Mac? I've been experiencing so many difficulties with it. For me, it does. I don't know if it's maybe the extensions that you have, or... I mean, so the other thing about, like, using a Mac is when you close an application and you click the X icon, it doesn't actually close it. So, as you can see here, I literally only have 4 applications running on my Mac right now. I never have more than maybe 4 or 5 applications running. That's one way to keep your Mac going, is to make sure all the other apps are I mean, it's the same way in any other operating system, but if you see a little dot next to the app icon on your Mac, that means that it's actually running in the background. So, I mean, that's one thing to look out for, but yeah. Oh, I haven't thought about that, Sebastian. Right now, my README just has links to all my Coding Garden stuff, so it's this, and then I recently found out that you can set a README on an organization, so this has links as well. Yeah. Why don't I show the Markdown preview? Because I like editing it. But here, we'll go into the preview. Not enough real estate, yeah. So, like, when you play video games for 12 hours each day weekend, are we talking about repetitive strain injuries? Because, yeah, that's another way to do it. You have your controller and your hands just stay there for hours. You're going to start to get wrist pain. Yeah. Periodic stretches are good. That'll prevent it. Yeah. Exactly, America 2050. You have to have the 7TV extension, or you have to have it enabled inside of... Franker faces. However, if you don't have the 7TV extension, you're missing out on all these cool emotes. Look at all these 7TV emotes. Look at this. We got that one, and 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 that one. And if you're not using 7TV, you can't, like, I guess watch. So you'll see that when I send this message in my chat, it looks like everything's going to be animated. But if you see that message, it's just going to be a bunch of text. So you should probably enable 7TV. Yeah. Yep, no worries, Junks. Thanks for asking. And thanks for that follow. I don't know if it's a new follow, but that was your first message and you're following. Appreciate you. Did I ever get the developer badge on Discord? No, I never applied for it. Well, that's weird, Simple Jack. I'm not left-handed. I just use a left-handed mouse. Do I always have 10 ports taken up by different apps? Yep, I do. Are we going to try to add that to frequently asked questions? Why don't I use Better Twitch TV for animated emotes? Oh, because 7TV gives you a whole lot more. I mean, I do. I use all three. So Franker Faces gives you like this many or so custom emotes that you can add. Better Twitch TV, which I am actually a supporter of Better Twitch TV as well. Or I might know. I think I'm a supporter of Franker Faces. Maybe I am of Better Twitch TV because you can see I have a whole lot more emotes set here. But 7TV is the new kid on the block, and they give you like over 200 free emotes to use, even on a channel as a non-sub. So essentially, I use the Franker Faces extension, and then inside of the Franker Faces settings under add-ons, I enable 7TV and Better Twitch TV. So Franker Faces lets you use all of them all at once. Yeah. Where would I enable 7TV? That's it. Yeah. So if you have Franker Faces installed, pull open the Franker Faces settings, and then under add-ons, make sure you enable 7TV. And then you can further refine the settings in here. Like you can get rid of name tag paints, like how my name tag is like all neon. You can disable that if you want to. Welcome in, Goofer. How many connections does someone like you have on LinkedIn? And thank you for that Prime resub, Goofer. I think I have like over 5. The thing is, it used to be that LinkedIn stopped showing connections after like 500. So once I got to 500, I just stopped requesting and accepting connections. All right, let's keep going through the frequently asked questions. What keyboard do I use? This is accurate. So this is the Royal Kluge G68. It is a 65% keyboard, but it does have dedicated arrow keys. It doesn't have dedicated function keys, but it's easy enough to just use the function modifier with any of the number keys. I really like it. And then I have this, which allows me to put it in my backpack and take it with me. Yeah. So, and I mean, I mainly got this because it looks so cool. I love like the gray and the red color palette. But it's also very portable. I mean, as portable as a mechanical keyboard gets, because I mean, this does take up room in my backpack, but it means I can take my mechanical keyboard with me. But yeah, that's the same keyboard. What extension do I use to search NPM and MDN? Yeah, so I do get this question a lot, but you'll see me do something like this. And then all of a sudden, I'm on NPM. And that's because I use DuckDuckGo. So DuckDuckGo is a search engine that does not track you. I like it a lot. And it has the added benefit of bang commands. Oh, thank you, Swinglord. So on DuckDuckGo, if you do !G, you can search GitHub. If you do GH, you can search, if you do G, you can search Google. If you do GH, you can search GitHub. If you do W, you can search Wikipedia. So because DuckDuckGo is my default search engine, when I do these bang commands in my URL bar, I can jump across to other websites. So I just searched Wikipedia for JavaScript, and then it immediately dropped me to the Wikipedia page for JavaScript. Yeah, and like, so technically, like DuckDuckGo does provide a Firefox extension. I don't use that extension. I literally just have DuckDuckGo set as my default search in my settings. Yeah. Oh, I need to update that later, Derp Sauce, but I'll give links to the various backpacks that I use. Short answer, Osprey. So I believe this is a Colorado brand. But so they make like backpacking bags and like day hike bags and stuff like that. But they also make like commuter bags and bicycling bags and stuff like that. But the reason pretty much every single one of my bags is Osprey is because of the Osprey guarantee. Like there's literally a lifetime guarantee on any bag you buy from them. So like if a buckle breaks, send them an email, they will mail you a replacement. And if you can't figure out how to fix it, how to add the replacement on, you can mail the, you have to pay for shipping, but if you mail the bag to them, they'll fix it and mail it right back to you. And if they don't make that bag or that part anymore, they'll replace it with the most recent version of that bag, which is crazy. But that's I mean, their bags are like, I mean, honestly, if you're looking at other types of bags, they're like on par in terms of pricing, but they have the Osprey guarantee. This is the bag that I got recently, that I've been using in my IRL streams, because it's super lightweight. It fits my small, I guess my 13 or 14 inch MacBook Pro. It also fits like my tablet, and has a bunch of pockets and stuff. I don't know. This is the one I use for like, and it can be used for day hikes as well. And then I have another one that I use for my larger laptop and everything else. But I'll talk about that more later, because later on in the stream, I'm going to be updating my gear page, and I'm gonna add a section for lifestyle. So I'll show you the bags I use and stuff like that. But that's later. And if you can't stick around, just go to this URL and like this afternoon, and it should be updated with all my other stuff as well. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Quilt. +1 to Osprey. Use them for hiking packs, and they're absolutely wonderful. Yeah. They, as far as I know, they have a factory here in Colorado. And if you need your bag fixed, that's where you would send it to. But I have a backpacking bag from them. I have it's called like a commuter bag that's for like people on bicycles, but I don't bicycle and I use it. I have the day hiking bag. It's a good bag. Good stuff. I've never heard of Black Box for coding. Okay, but I digress. Those are how I use Bang commands. That's still relevant. Am I looking for work? Will I build X app for you? No, this still applies. People ask me all the time, like, let me hire you. Build this app for me. No, at least not right now. I mean, I think eventually, maybe I'll start like my own consulting service or like side business. But for now, I will not do that. All right. This isn't asked as much anymore, but if you don't know the history of Coding Garden, I used to stream on YouTube all of the time. So if you go to my YouTube channel and you scroll back, actually, I think I still did it in 2020. But I used to stream to YouTube. I didn't stream on Twitch. So you can see, yeah, I mean, I have done some streams recently on YouTube, but these were just like short streams that I did right before I went live on Twitch in an effort to like get people over to Twitch. Because, I mean, there's a lot of subs over there on YouTube, and not all of them, I mean, the majority of them are not over here on Twitch. So, yeah, for a while I cross-streamed. So for a while I was streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, but that was because I was not yet an affiliate. Yeah, and so I did some cottage streams. I did some like before streams over there. But you'll see that my chat overlay used to. So right now, anytime you see a red chat, because I'm on Twitch, that this red chat means this is the first message they've sent in the channel. Welcome in, Quilled Cheese. It used to be red chats were chats coming from YouTube. So I made a custom overlay that combined Twitch and YouTube chat so I could interact with both. And I was cross-streaming to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. But that was because I was not yet an affiliate. And when you're an affiliate on Twitch, there's this thing called the exclusivity clause that says you cannot, so it says any content that appears on Twitch cannot appear on any other platform for 24 hours, which means that if you're an affiliate, you can't stream to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Now, there's been an update to that, but it still applies to YouTube. It still applies to YouTube. And so like, I actually didn't, so I did that cross-streaming thing for, what do the frequently asked questions say? For a while. I think I have more info on how long I did that. So I did that for a long time. And then finally I enabled affiliate on Twitch. And then a few months later I got partner. So yeah, to this day, it is still the case that if you are a Twitch affiliate or Twitch partner, you cannot simultaneously stream to YouTube or Facebook Live. And in the Twitch agreement, it specifies services that are like Twitch, so they YouTube and Facebook Live qualify for that. Now, it's possible that if you know a streamer that is streaming to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, it's possible that they have a custom contract with Twitch. But yeah, I mean, we're not going to call people out, Drills, but it's possible. It's possible that people that are doing that have a custom a custom contract with Twitch, but it's probably unlikely, especially for smaller channels that don't have like tens of thousands of viewers. So in an effort to continue to get my subs as a source of income and to not get kicked off Twitch, I don't cross stream to YouTube. But like I said, the Twitch agreement has been updated. Technically, you're allowed to simultaneously stream to TikTok and I think Instagram, but that's because those platforms are less like Twitch, I guess, according to Twitch. But I don't want to do that because I typically like to have full screen content. And it doesn't work out as well for like TikTok and stuff. I could try it. I don't know. Yeah. But that's but also, so there's a lot of other reasons like why I don't stream on YouTube. Twitch has really good APIs and integration. Like, it's so easy to integrate with chat on Twitch. It's not as easy on YouTube. The things are way lower latency here on Twitch. I like that people can create clips. There's just so much more community. Just so much more. Yeah, like you got raids, watch parties, emotes. Twitch is much more community oriented. The thing is, like, YouTube lately has been adding features that are getting it closer to that, but they're still pretty far away. Yeah. Yeah, I have a TikTok. I just need to upload to it. Yeah, I guess you can't host anywhere, but you can still raid. Yeah. What just happened here? Oh, I clicked on this. That's what. I've never heard of it, which I'm not going to check it out right now, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe, I don't know about 8 years, but maybe like in Cornax. Thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in. Like I was saying, community. Now all of our Cornax our Cornax friends are here to hang out. What were you working on, Cornax? React and Sass. Nice. Welcome in. We were talking through all of my frequently asked questions. I don't remember, Mark. I think it's coding.garden. Coding Garden was taken. So I haven't uploaded anything there yet, though. Yeah. And Stony, thank you for the tier 3. Ayo. How long? 15 months. That's awesome. So yeah, Twitch is great. It's way better than streaming on YouTube. YouTube's getting there, but they're a few years away, I think, from doing the stuff that Twitch is doing. My schedule is still here. Those of you that are here probably found me through my schedule, but if you don't know, I update this weekly, and it lets you know when I'm going to be live. So be sure to check the schedule. And then also, you can, if you're a diehard enough Coding Garden fan, you can add it to your calendar, and then you will literally see when I go live. Do I do this full time? Yeah, I do. Though I will clarify that, because like full time is a very like it's a loaded word, right? Because when you hear that somebody's doing something full time, that typically means that they're making a living doing it. And I'm not making a living. I'm living off of savings, and my wife is helping support me as well in the meantime, while I figure out how I'm going to make money. But if you do want to support me, definitely check out this link. It has all the different ways to sub, and honestly, there's a lot of ways to support me that don't require money as well. Just like sub on YouTube, follow here on Twitch, and what else? Yeah, just show up. That's really all you got to do. And Progress says, is your code elegant because you're so handsome, or are you so handsome because your code is so elegant? Listen, I appreciate the compliment, but also you're being very forward right now. At least say hello first. But I don't think, not all of my code is elegant. I write a lot of crappy code as well. And I don't know, maybe red is my color. A lot of people have complimented on how I look today, so maybe I just look good in red. A darker red, like maroon, I guess. But yeah, technically, I don't have a full-time job right now. My plan is, do you do this? Let me update this answer. Do you do this full-time? I do not have a full-time, I'll say I left my full-time part-time job as a software engineer at a consulting company in June 2022. I am now living off of savings and figuring out ways to make a living off of Twitch, YouTube, and paid courses. A living off of? Wait, what? Did I spell it wrong? I guess because I said it twice. I'm now living off savings and figuring out ways to make a living off... Cool. Yeah. Sounds good. That's an extra word. All right, let's keep going. What are the rules in chat? Yeah, if you didn't know this, we have a full-on code of conduct that you should adhere to if you're here in the chat. I mean, if you clicked on the chat box, I do believe the first time you click on it, it does tell you that you need to adhere to that. And then also we have a Discord where people can adhere to that. One thing you might not know is people have actually translated this code of conduct into a bunch of other languages. So if you go to this repo and you see that it hasn't been translated into a language that you speak and you want to do it, feel free to make a pull request. Actually, we have 5 pull requests. Man, okay, so tomorrow I'm actually going to go through and merge a lot of pull requests. This is something I need to do. I like that better, Rowanev. Make a living through. I like that. Figuring out ways to make a living through, yeah, I like that. All right, we're in an ad. We'll take a pause. I mean, while we're talking about support, if you want to support me, you can do it in a lot of different ways. Patreon, YouTube, Twitch, GitHub sponsors, all of that is a way of doing like a monthly donation. I also have merch over on Teespring. I'm still using an Intel Mac, by the way. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and so that's what I'm trying to, like, I think the first course I release is going to be more beginner focused, but I want to work on courses that are more intermediate and advanced, because that there's definitely a gap in the, what do you call it? In the marketplace? I don't know. Gian, that's a really long link. Did that get deleted? Okay, well, I was just going to say on that link, if you want to learn a little bit about URLs, there was just a ton of query parameters in that URL. Oh, no worries. And it's very possible that you could have shared that same link without the query parameters. Rowanev, thank you. 7 months. That's awesome. Thank you. How much do I make off Twitch and YouTube? We can do the calculation. So I have 322 subs, and every sub, let's say that they're all $5 subs. I have like less than 10 tier 2 or tier 3 subs. So let's assume that all of those subs are $5. Twitch only gives me half of that. So right now with 322 subs, I am making $805 a month on Twitch. And then here, I'll show you my YouTube dashboard. The thing is, like, I have not, like, it's my own fault that I don't make a lot of money on YouTube. I have not accepted any sponsorships. I don't make clickbait content, and I lately have rarely uploaded anything to YouTube. So right now, if you look at my YouTube income, it's not that I don't like money. I want you all to support me. Like, I want to be able to do this because you all support me, not because corporations and companies and advertising dollars do that, support me. I guess I have to look at analytics. Yeah, so for the past 28 days, I've made $54 on YouTube. And recently I literally for a while I had ads on all of my more recent videos, but the thing is, like, because my videos don't get a lot of views, like, and I'm not trying to get them that many views. I'm just trying to make informational and relevant content and useful content. Oh, I might drop by Jinjanad. I'll let me bookmark it. Is it on meetup.com? Is this it? Yeah, and so yeah, I mean, just to talk about like YouTube income in general. So I did leave monetization on this setting up a Mac for web development, because this one does get a lot more views than my other videos. Like, this was published in August and it has 66,000 views. It gets a few thousand views a month, so like I'm making a little bit off of that. No, and so like that's the thing you have to think about for making money on YouTube is, depending on what country you're in, YouTubers get paid like between like $4 and $8 per 1,000 views. So because I had 44,000 views in the last month, we can see 44,000 divided by $54. Wait, is that right? No. 44 divided by 54, because it's, yeah, so 44. That's not good. That's like, yeah, cost per mile. I think so. Apparently my cost per mile is like $1. That's not good. That's not good at all. But if you look at the cost per mile on like bigger YouTube channels, so is it 54 divided by 44? Yeah, so I make $1 every 1,000 views that I get, and I've only gotten 44,000 views in the past month. Or like revenue per mile, yeah. There's a lot of really good YouTube videos that talk about how people actually make money. So, I mean, if you look at my most recently posted video, which, like, I mean, I understand why this only has gotten, like, not even 3,000 views yet. Like, this is a very beginner-focused video. It's what programming language should I learn first? And most of the people that are subbed to my channel have been subbed to my channel for a while, which means they've already chosen web development or JavaScript as their first language, so they don't really care about this video. So, oh yeah, I mean, if you all want to watch this, here's a quick plug for my mailing list, because if you're on my mailing list, you saw this video. But you can join my mailing list over there. But here we go. We're releasing it to the public now. This is my dog, Panzer, and this is him rolling around in leaves on Halloween. And thank you, Electrothermal. He's a happy boy. He is like 6 3/4 years old. He'll be 7 in February. Yeah. Oh, I think we have a Panzer command. Oh yeah, and he's got an Instagram. Though Instagram doesn't let me look at it because I'm not logged in. Usually. Okay. It's changed. Every time I go to Instagram, they're always like, you need to log in. And here's your daily reminder, or your reminder to take your hands off the keyboard. But Pig the Saint, if you want to follow him, there was I think this one was slow-mo. Let's watch this one, if it'll let me. This is a slow-mo one. Look at this. You can see his slobber fly. Yeah, that one. And Wucha, thank you very much for the 100 bits. What'd you say? I got a 10-minute timeout because I asked you a question. Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm working on other things. So even though your question was still okay, you were like spamming the chat, I think is why the mods did it. I trust the mods. and I'm talking about other things. So that's really the main reason that you got timed out. Nothing personal. I'm just working on other things, and the mods are trying to help me stay focused. But yeah, all of that to say, the money that I make on YouTube is through YouTube memberships. So like that $45 is most likely. Let's see, yeah. So I have 11 YouTube members. Most of them are on the like $1 tier. I think a couple are on the like the $2 or $3 tier. So I'm making like roughly $13 on YouTube memberships. Yeah, I need to focus. What were we even talking about? I think there was an ad, and so I started talking about ways to support me. But all of that to say, I make like less than $1,000 a month on Twitch and YouTube, which, I mean, that's a lot of money. Like, especially depending on where you are in the world, a lot of people could live off of that. Myself, living in the United States, living in Denver, I can't live off of that. So if let's say I make $1,000 a month, and my yearly income would be $12,000. My yearly income as a senior software engineer at a small company was $135,000 a year. Now, this is actually pretty low for someone with my experience, but I liked working at a smaller company because there were less people, there were less politics. I could probably make closer to $200,000 a year if I worked at a larger company, but right now I still need $123,000 more a year. This is before taxes. If I wanted to make a similar salary to being a software developer. And Stanislaw, thank you very much. How many months is that? 3 months. Yeah, I mean, that's not rent in a lot of places. Like, in a lot of places in the United States, like, $1,000 might be enough for one bedroom in a house, not like a whole house. So, yeah. In terms of my courses, my plan is my first course is going to be launched on Udemy. I'm making content creation look like a scam. Well, but I already mentioned it, right? Like, if you want to make money on YouTube, there are ways of doing it, but you are essentially a sellout. Like, and not that that's bad, but you literally you have ads in your video. You are crafting your content and your thumbnails to get people to click on it. You're crafting your content so that the algorithm suggests your content to more people. I don't want to play that game. I don't. So it's not that content creation is a scam. It's that if you want to make money the way that other YouTubers are making money these days, you have to do a certain thing. And I don't want to do that. To the other question that someone had, my first course I do plan to launch on Udemy just for the exposure, because people will go on Udemy and they'll search for web development. And how in the heck is this the top result? Oh, I guess because it's featured. Yeah, Maximilian Schwartzmuller, he's from Academind on YouTube. He has a lot of courses on here. But I want to be one of these search results. Whenever someone searches for web development, so that they can find me, and then eventually I'm going to have my own course platform. But that's my plan, is I'll launch there first, and then eventually I'll have my own course platform. You can always take 3 years to make a screwdriver and scam your audience into paying for it. Okay, I think that's a dig on someone. Let's be nice. Yeah, I think Florin is on there. He did a course with Traversy Media for like 50 web development projects that you can do. Let's see. It's a really popular course. Yeah, that's the one. 50 plus projects. Or not. Somebody ripped his course off. Like, this isn't it. Code and create. That's not it. There it is. 50 projects in 50 days. And he collabed with Brad Traversy of Traversy Media to do it. Is Udemy more popular than Udacity? I think so. I mean, the main thing I think about is there's a like a web development basically like boot camp by Colt Steele, and then also there's one by Angela Yu. There needs to be a coding garden version of this course. Like I need to be an option that people consider when they're going to be buying this course. Cool. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. It's like Fireship is a whole other type of content as well, right? Like, we can talk about that for a second because, like, Fireship is extremely entertaining. I mean, that's why he has 1.5 like one. This is a tech-focused developer channel that has 1.6 million subscribers. And thank you, Stotney. Thank you very much for the 6 months. But the only way you do that is, well, I mean, not only way, but the thing, if you think about his videos, like, they're very consumable, right? Most of them are not more than 3 minutes long. And a lot of them are just like very high level and like an introduction to a course. But like he essentially like nailed this market because it's almost like a blog post, but it's a video, and then also it's edited really well to keep you entertained. There's actually a lot that goes into what Fireship does. I have never created a video like this. Like, the thing is, and it's very bingeable. Like, you could literally click play and just keep watching all of his videos. And I am trying to make more like long form content and more like in-depth content, which isn't as clickbaity, which isn't as bingeable. It depends. Like, yeah, not depends. Like it's a different kind of thing. So, yeah. I don't know. We don't have to talk about this stuff already. This all came from do I do this full time? Let's keep going. What are the available commands in chat? Yeah, I need to update the link here because this is the link I like to send people to. First of all, because you'll see the commands on the left, and then if you want to, you can donate money on the right. Whoa, they embed stream chat now? What? That's cool, I guess. Huh. But this is the link I wanna use. Hey, congrats, USComp. First dev job. The place that hired me is using Django. I was wondering if that is outdated. Should I keep working on MERNstack in my free time? I don't think, like, Django isn't outdated. It's just different. So Django is like Python based, whereas like MERNstack is like Node based. Django is what a lot of Python developers reach for when they're building like full stack apps with Python. But I think if eventually you want to continue working with Node or like React on the front end, yeah, keep doing it in your spare time. Okay. What is the drop game? This is still the same thing. In the chat, if you type !drop me, that will drop your avatar from the sky. So there's a SQL Gordster. Missed. So if you land in the garden, you'll get your name on the screen for a few seconds. Let's see. Here comes Java. And you missed. Everybody missed. But that was a game we wrote a while back. That still has the same answer. Why is the chat in slow mode? I don't think it's in slow mode right now. It's not. But the reason I typically have it in slow mode is because a lot of people like spam the chat, and we try to make it easier for me to read chat messages by keeping slow mode on. Because I try to do my best to read all the chat messages. I mean, you could like, if you said something in chat and I missed it today, you know that I can't read every single chat message. But I do my best. Like this one, I missed this one. Reach out to Jeremy Morgan from Live Coders. He can talk with you about Pluralsight. Cool. I've considered, like, there's a lot of course creation websites, but the thing is, like, I don't want the majority of my content to be there. I want, like, maybe one course on every platform that then directs people to my own course platform. Because a lot of these platforms just take too much of a cut. Especially, like, if I get a large enough following, like, that's a pretty big cut that these companies are getting when I could just, like, self-host the course. Yeah. What's up, Carlos? Welcome in. True. Yeah, we re-enabled that, so there is a 90-second slowdown on the drop game. What is this emote? Saved. I forgot that like some emotes are just like common words, and then people will accidentally use emotes. Yeah. Cool. Panda person, if you ask in the Discord, either I will or someone else in the community will do their best to answer. But we have a help forum over on the Discord. That's really the best place to ask that because I'm working on other stuff. Okay. How is my chair green? I'm using a blue screen. You can see it here. It's just a big old blue sheet that's behind me, and that's why the chair is green. Oh yeah. These are the times that I collaborated with the coding train, which was a good time. There are certain emotes that I mean, I guess technically with 7TV, I could change the alias for the emote. And right now, my chat overlay will insert the emote regardless of how you type it. So I could fix that. I don't know. What are those LEDs on screen? Honestly, this isn't a thing anymore. We almost need like a section for old or outdated questions. What is that? Oh, that's a badge. I think I'm gonna add a section for old/outdated questions. We're gonna move that there. Good to know, Stoney, but I honestly don't remember you asking. Was it a code related thing that you were working on? Oh, sure, null set. Yeah, I'll mention that really quick. Let me just make sure we're here. But yeah, that makes sense. I used to have 8 LEDs displayed on screen. And Wucha, thank you for the bits. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate the support, but I trust the mods. Like, if the mods timed you out, that means you were potentially doing something that was annoying or that they stopped you from doing or asked you to stop doing. So just listen to the mods. That's how you're gonna have the best time while you're here. I used to have 8 LEDs displayed on screen. That were controlled by Twitch chat. I built it live on stream. You could make the LEDs on the screen change state using LED. Yeah, so I don't have this plugged in anymore. We really want to just do more hardware projects. Is LEDs the correct plural? I don't know. LEDs? LEDs is fine, I think. LED with a lowercase s. Sure. Cool. Cool. So we were just answering this one. I still use a blue screen. What are all these things you see in the chat? Oh yeah, we could add 7TV to this link. Better Twitch TV, Franker Faces, or 7TV emotes. You can install a browser extension that renders these types of emotes all across Twitch. I use the Franker Faces extension, which has a BTTV and 7TV add-on. The old question's in another file. Because you haven't seen this yet, but I have an automatic table of contents generator. and it'll automatically add those to the end of the table of contents. If I put them in another file, I'd have to set up another thing. So I'm gonna leave them in here. Automatic. What are channel points? That's the same thing. How did you make those overlays? Yeah, so I mentioned this earlier, but if you're interested in like this chat overlay and the drop game and the follower count, all of that was built on stream. And so if you go in this repo, there is this file which links out and talks about all of the things that I've built for the stream. Welcome in, Canley. So if you check out that, that basically gives links to the code repo. And then what else? Also, the VOD or the YouTube video where I built that specific thing. You make a good point, Mark. I agree with you. So here we go. Old questions. Cool. Have you ever thought about community meetups like a hackathon or something? Yes. And only recently have I had more energy to even like think about more coding garden stuff. But yeah, for the longest time I've wanted to do like a hackathon, also like a community conference. We can have just people in the community that are like experts in their given area or have something that they want to talk about, and we could do a conference with just that. And it would be like, it wouldn't be sponsored by any company. It wouldn't be like speakers that are well known for other conferences and stuff. It would literally just be people that are like longtime members of the community. So I'd love to do a conference like that. A hackathon could be really cool because I could essentially be like the commentator, and all of the teams could be sharing their screen through like Zoom or something like that, and then I could like drop in and like interview them or like talk about the code that they're writing. The other thing we could do is at the beginning of the stream I issue a challenge, like build this kind of app that does this or this page that does this, and then I build my own version of that, and then after a time limit of like an hour or two, everyone submits what they built, and then we can review all of the community submissions. I want to do stuff like that. I just haven't yet, but I'm slowly recovering. Yeah, like a code jam, exactly. But I'm slowly recovering from burnout. I'm slowly getting enough energy to like focus my time on like organizing stuff like this. So that's what I want to do. And then, yeah, that's the other thing is like community code reviews. And then also I want to have people from the community on stream to interview. And they can just talk about their job or what they do, because there's people from all walks of life in the chat. I mean, there are people in chat that have been coding for over 30 years. There are people in chat that have been coding for like a month and everywhere in between. So there's a lot of interesting people in the community that would be fun to talk with on stream that you all could ask questions to and stuff like that. I think the other thing is, like, as you know, having watched my stream, I am very chat focused, right? Like, I do my best to read chat. A lot of the stuff that I do, chat is interacting with me, which is very if you look at other coding streamers that have guests on stream, typically they don't interact with chat as much, which makes sense because a lot of times they have an expert or like a really famous person, and it makes sense for them to focus on talking to them, not necessarily focus on the chat. But it would be cool to have like a Q&A stream where we have a guest that is the focus of the stream, and they still are talking to chat, they're still answering questions, and I'm somewhat interviewing them, but there's still more of a focus on chat. Okay, American 2050. How do you refit the chat overlay back into position? I don't think I have this as a frequently asked question, but it is my my window manager. So I use a window manager called Rectangle. We'll add it. We'll add it. Yeah, because that's people want to know that. Do I have a part on iStats? Oh yeah, how do you show all those stats in the? Yeah, so we'll have a section on other common apps that I use. Welcome in, Ryan. Mucha, thank you for more bits. How do you prioritize your tasks as a developer? It varies. Typically, I'll use some sort of project board like Trello. But if I'm working at a company and working with a team, the what we use is like dictated really by project management or by the company. So typically in the past I've used like Jira. I've used, is it Asana? What's the other project management thing? I think it starts with an A. Asana, yeah. Oh, okay. There was a short time where I actually used Basecamp too. But yeah, Basecamp, Asana, Jira, all and Trello are all ways of managing projects. So, depending on what I'm doing, I'll pick one of those. If it's a personal project, probably just Trello. If it's a team, probably like Jira, but it depends. Okay, here we are. Will this stream be available later? Yeah, it will. You may not know this, but every single stream that happens on Twitch is immediately available here. Like the stream that's happening right now, you can watch the past hour and a half of it at that link, and then all of the streams from the past 60 days are here as well. And these are here immediately after stream, so you don't have to wait for me to upload to YouTube. If you miss a stream, you can immediately watch it there. Eventually, they do get uploaded. And I need to update this. So live streams are archived and clipped and uploaded to the Coding Garden archive on YouTube. About 40 hours after they happen. Some older live streams are on the main Coding Garden YouTube channel as well. And then I'll link to that. But yeah, uploading to the archive was a thing I started when I went full-time, because there was like almost like 6 months of live streams that hadn't been uploaded to YouTube yet. And I didn't want to just upload them all at once to my main channel, because that would annoy a lot of people. So I started the archive channel. So if VODs are something you're interested in, definitely go subscribe over there. I think I'm at like close to Oh yeah, I have 662 subs so far. It'd be cool to get to 1,000, because then I can enable, I think, is it 1,000 for monetization? Maybe it's 10,000. We're pretty far off from 10,000 if that's the case. You're in a team that used Excel for project management? Yeah, that's a thing. I was trying to think, like, at a company I worked at a long time ago, we used SharePoint, which is like a intranet Microsoft product. I'm trying to think, did we use that for project management? What did we use? I'm trying to think, like, where did I pull tasks and tickets from? It might have actually been like a SharePoint list or something like that, which is almost as bad as like an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, I haven't heard of Linear. Maybe somebody has recommended Linear, but I haven't checked it out. What do I think about sub-only VODs? It's tricky, because it's like I want way too much. Like I want to provide everything that I do for free, but I also want people to support me. And ideally, it would be the few, the people that are in a monetary situation where they can support me, they support me, which helps everyone else. So all of the beginners and students out there that couldn't afford a sub, they can now continue watching my VODs without having to pay any money. So like I've considered it, but I think it's way too much of a barrier. Like, yeah, I don't want to force people to pay money just to watch my old streams. Maybe eventually, maybe one day I'll have a change of heart and I will just completely sell out. Like one day, I'll be sponsored by a VPN. I'll have a meal kit company that sponsors me. I'll make you pay money just to watch any of my streams. Maybe one day, I don't know. Right now, I am trying my hardest to not sell out. I haven't used Azure DevOps. No. Oh, Team Foundation server. Okay, so did yeah, maybe that was it. Did Team Foundation server have some way of managing task and abort? It did, didn't it? Yeah, so TFS wasn't just like a replacement for Git. It was also like hosted, and there was like a project board. Yeah, that's what I used then. I totally forgot about that. So yeah, Team Foundation server. Work items. Yeah. That was it. The whole world used Excel for nothing. SharePoint has come a long way. That's good to know. Yeah. ServiceNow, I haven't heard of that one. SharePoint as a database? I guess it's far worse than using it as a task manager. Well, the thing is, I also used SharePoint as a database, but that was because on SharePoint, you could actually host website, like static websites. Like if you had a folder that had an HTML and a JavaScript file inside of it, that would actually load as a web page. And then there was a REST API for the SharePoint lists. So I actually made like AngularJS websites that were hosted on SharePoint that just pulled all their data from SharePoint lists. So that was a thing. Not ideal, but it was really easy to do and didn't require all kinds of approvals and stuff to get the application working like it did with a lot of the other stuff that I was working on. Welcome in, Rayla. Glad to have you. Update on the course is I'm a big old procrastinator, and I have no update for you. But I'm feeling better lately. Like I was very burnt out for a while, and then also just like kind of stuck in terms of working on the course. But lately, especially honestly, like being so active and walking so much, I'm feeling better. So I think I'm getting to a point where I will be working on my course and other stuff like that. How long can I live on savings? I haven't really even calculated it, and like, but that also doesn't take into account like my partner, my wife, paying for a lot of things because she has a full-time job. So I don't know. We'll see. Speaking of cooking with CJ, what made you say that? But regardless, I think I'm gonna try and cook Thanksgiving dinner on stream on the 24th. We'll see, because we're actually making some updates to our kitchen. I don't know if it'll be done by then, but my hope and my plan is to do a full cooking stream on the 24th where I'll be cooking all the fixins like mac and cheese and stuffing, and those are really just my favorite sides. I don't know, what else do you eat at Thanksgiving? And thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Llama. Other things. But the idea is I would do a full cooking stream, and it'll be like a Friendsgiving. So for all the people that are staying home or you don't have anything else to do on Thanksgiving Day, you could watch me cook and then watch me eat. But that's tentative. I'll announce it at the beginning of next week if it's really going to happen. Yeah. Have I started? Sort of. Like, yes, but I haven't made much leeway though. I thank you, Food Mascu. I definitely want to do like a write-up and maybe even do a YouTube video on like burnout and how I have gotten to feel better. I mean, like, not everyone can just quit their job though. Like, I literally quit my job and have been, I mean, streaming and YouTube is the only thing I've been doing, but if you've been here, you can probably tell that like I'm not doing that much. Like, I'm streaming a few times a week, but I don't know. Yeah. Okay, cool, Panda. I'll try to check it later. But if anybody else is on the Discord right now and wants to help answer that, feel free. Yeah. Am I doing an IRL Black Friday after? No. Well, yeah. So Black Friday would be the 25th. Actually, I thought about that as well because it would be fun to do some people watching, and I could do that IRL. It's fun to see all the shoppers going crazy and stuff. Yeah. That's so American. Yeah. Well, I don't even know if I would prepare a turkey. Like was it not last year? I don't think I was home last year, but year before last, we did a stuffed butternut squash. So it wasn't even a turkey, but we found a recipe for stuffed butternut squash, and that was really good. It was like cooked like a turkey in a way. Yeah. Can you challenge me with a topic to make a project? I can't come up with app ideas, but there is this repo that Florin made called App Ideas that has hundreds of app ideas. So just go here and pick one, and yeah, you'll find something. And thanks, Drills. Discord community code session. Yeah, honestly, like I could also make it that. So right now, we have a separate question and answer website over here, and this is reserved for when I do like Q&A streams. Today is not a Q&A. I mean, I am answering frequently asked questions, but it's not. Today is not specific to answering like general questions. However, the mods have been working on a tool that get questions into the Discord forum. It also could be cool if I did a stream where I'm specifically answering questions from the forum, or doing my best to do that. That'd probably be a way better way of getting those questions answered, but yeah. Glad to hear it, Namaste Geek, but also that's crazy, but also awesome. That's crazy. Best of luck to you. Wow. Yeah. It's crazy, but it's awesome. But that's crazy. That's good. It's good news, right? It's good. Code improv roulette. Oh, like it generates ideas, or like it picks an existing idea? Yeah. Okay. You started on Halloween? Wow. Yeah. My thoughts are with you. Best of luck. That's great. Good to hear. All right, let's keep moving. Can I be a mod? The first rule of being a mod is you do not ask to be a mod. That's still relevant. Why am I standing? Sometimes. Yep. How long have I been doing this? Let's calculate it, because I think it's roughly 5 years at this point. You're already a mod, Drills. For 200,000 seedlings, you can apply to be, request to be a mod. This does not make you a mod. But I'll add that. We also have a scam, a channel point reward called request to be a mod that costs 200,000 seedlings. Redeeming this will start the conversation, but there are no guarantees. Guarantee? Cool. How much would Udemy take if you upload the course? I haven't looked into that, but I think it's like half. Maybe a little less than half. The ultimate scam. Guarantees? Guarantees. Only 180,000 to go. Yeah, and I will absolutely refund them. But there are no guarantees. If you are not The points will be refunded. Yeah, see you later, Jules. Thanks for hanging out. The points will be refunded regardless of the outcome. Okay. How long have I been doing this? Let's go see my first live stream on YouTube. Though it's harder to find on YouTube itself because you can't sort by oldest anymore. But we can go here to this one, the Coding Garden Kickoff. Also, a little throwback. Let's play the old intro. Hello, friends. It's Coding Garden with CJ. And then I played it again. And that's just me in a room without a blue screen. So much sparkle. Okay, so this was February 19th, 2018. How long ago was that? Four years, 8 months, and 26 days ago. Cool. So this is still relevant. I've been streaming for 4.5 years. First live stream was broadcast to YouTube. Then my YouTube channel had about 300 subscribers at the time, and there were a max of 3 people in the chat. So this is also interesting in terms of just like talking about the growth of my channel, because there were literally 3 people that watched me in this stream, but the video itself has 10,000 views. So like early on, I guess that's true, America 2050. But the thing is, a lot of people can't do the math, and I want to do the math for them. I think so, Yu-Gi-Oh! It might be dynamically generated, but this howlongago.com is really funny because it tells you exactly. Yeah, every date has it. Yeah. But all that to say, very few people watched live, but because of the way YouTube works, like this live stream for a lot of people was just a YouTube video because they came across it later. They didn't necessarily have to watch it live, and they were able to learn from the thing that I built. So that has 10,000 views. Crazy. Between February 2018 and October 19, I did 158 live streams on YouTube only. On October 2nd, 2019, I did my first live stream on YouTube and Twitch. So I talked about this earlier, how I used to cross stream before I was an affiliate, now a partner. I was using Docker Multi-Streamer. Then began my slow transition to YouTube and Twitch. Between October 2019 and April 2020, I did 100 live streams on YouTube and Twitch. And then on April 27th, 2020, I signed the Twitch affiliate agreement and started streaming only on Twitch. And between April 2020 and July 2020, I did 52 live streams on Twitch only. And then on July 20th, I got accepted into the partner program. So I've been a partner since July 20th, 2020. I need to have some sort of like partner anniversary party. We never did that, but July 20th is officially like my partner anniversary date. In total, between February 2018 and July 12th, I have done 471 live streams. So I've done a lot of live streams. I need to update this number. So the way that I usually do this is I go to Twitch Tracker, which is a website where you can look up Twitch streamers and see all kinds of stats about them. But they have a streams section that I can sort from oldest to newest. And then if I count the number of streams since July 12th, we can increase that number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus How many are on a page? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh no, I lost count. I'm going to guess 20. We'll do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, so it's 20. And that's page 16. Page 17 is going to be another 20. Remind me later. And then page 18 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 48. 48 plus 6. 6 minus 2 is 4, so 54. 54 live streams. 471 plus 54 is 525. This is my 525th live stream. Though, there are a couple live streams I need to add from that were YouTube only. So if we look on YouTube, technically I need to add 3 to that number because there's 3. So 527. Welcome in, Code Then Cake. Today we are updating my frequently asked questions, and we just did the math. I have done 527 live streams. 528 live streams. Thanks to America 2050. Since the beginning, and my first stream was February 19th, 2018. How in the world did I keep track? Oh, I kept track of the last one that I counted. But it makes sense that there's 20 per page. Also, we could be programmatic about it and just say, all right, is this a table? What is this? Yeah, it's a table, and it has TR. So how many TRs? So find all the TRs in there, and there are 20 of them. So yeah, it's 20. 20 rows. Yeah. How old am I? It's in the frequently asked question. You've been here a long time, Stony Eagle. You should know this. You don't want to know. You'll either be disappointed, surprised, or it will have no effect. Either way, you really don't want to know. I usually say I'm 75 in stream as a joke. I'm a bit younger than that. Please don't ask about my age or share my age in the chat if you do know it. So yeah. Yeah, I'm between 20 years old and 100 years old. And Ox Neo, thank you for that Prime sub. 12 months, very good. Yeah, appreciate you. Cool, welcome in, Limotes. Right above there, 75. Yeah. Thanks, Namaste Geek. I do that sometimes, like, if you're ever on a page and you want to do some stuff, just query selector it. And Blank, thank you for the 13-month Prime. Wow, very good, appreciate you. Right now, I'm the oldest I've ever been. That's good too, George. I don't know if I've heard that before. How old are you? Old enough. Okay, how did I start live streaming? This is fun history if you haven't heard this. Let's take a quick break though. Ooh. I'm an educator at heart. My live streams started as a way for me to continue teaching outside of the classroom. So I taught at a boot camp for a little close to 3 years. Taught a whole bunch of students, a whole bunch of cohorts. Cohort, I didn't know this word until I taught there, but that's the name for like a class of students. So I taught a bunch of different cohorts, each one having like roughly 30 students. And so I had a whole lot of practice teaching and explaining things in front of people in full like classroom lessons, like smaller breakouts, uh, presentations, and then also like one-on-one mentoring. So that's just a whole lot of practice and of teaching and honing my craft of presenting. Um, so my live streams are kind of, I mean, my live streams have evolved from that, but a lot of what you see me do, like especially on when I have like more prepared content, is kind of like I'm just teaching in a classroom and you all are the students. So that's kind of what this is. I mean, like today is very casual, right? It's casual, but other streams have more of like a teacher in front of the classroom kind of vibe. Yeah, and then the other thing I talk about is I got really good at like improvising and like coming up with lessons on the spot because one of the um, educational concepts that I like and adhere to is this idea that um, not all students learn at the same pace, and like just because today is Wednesday, that doesn't mean that it has to be the day where we learn about JavaScript functions. Like a lot of schools and a lot of teachers like to make learning very time oriented. Like on this day, we're going to teach this lesson, and on this day, we're going to teach this lesson. But in reality, and when you think about how people actually learn, just because you teach a thing doesn't mean they actually learn it on that day. So what you need is more like individualized planning and learning so that you can of course have scheduled lessons, but in between there needs to be time in between so that the student can really show that they understand that content, and then also like get help if they don't understand that content. So I used to do like breakouts or different things just based on where the students were. So like if I taught a lesson the day before on something, but some students were struggling with it and some students weren't, the students that were struggling with it, I could pull into like an impromptu lesson where we just focus on the things that they were struggling with. So all of that feeds into like how I do live streams as well. Did I give a lot of assignments? The curriculum was mostly dictated by the company that ran the boot camp. So I would say I gave a decent number of assignments. It was like a project-based curriculum as well, but yeah. But I mean, like that's the main issue with the majority of the education systems in the world, right? Is like they try to move everybody along based on their age and based on time, and most students are not mastering topics. Like the majority, a lot of students are not mastering the stuff that they're learning or being taught within that time frame. Some students do, right? Like you have some people that are like that pick up concepts really fast, and they see the teacher do it, they do some of their own self-study, and boom, they're done. Other students need more than that, need more time, need more practice. And in the traditional education system, those students are just labeled as like C or D students, and then they just keep moving them forward. Whereas it is my belief that they should absolutely be A students before moving on. Now, obviously, for some students, that's going to take longer, and I guess that's why a lot of education systems that are like based on government rules haven't adopted that, because it's not an easy thing to do, and it makes it really hard to keep track of because some students move along faster than others. But if you do that, then you can take all of these students that think of themselves as like C students or D students, and you can get them to a level to where they are an A student, where they have like learned and mastered that thing, and then they can move on to the next thing. Because if you think about like elementary school in the U.S. as well, like why would you take a student that gets like a C in algebra and then now make them go take algebra 2? Like very obviously they're missing something, right? They are missing some fundamental understanding of algebra, and now all of a sudden you've moved them into more advanced algebra, which they're not ready for yet. So in an ideal world, that student could keep working at it until they really become an A student and then move on to algebra 2 or whatever. And I'm using like A's, B's, and C's as an example, but I also think that that type of grading is flawed, because it a lot of times has a psychological effect on a student where they see that they got an F and they think that they are a failure. They're not a failure. they just didn't learn the material. Like they didn't have enough time. Maybe it wasn't presented in a way that they can relate to and in a way that they can understand. But I do think that for most things, most people are capable of being an A student. It just potentially takes more time or just takes different kinds of learning environments. So, yeah, agree. But what can you do? Is that what that stands for? Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. I mean, I think if you're in control of the education system, you can set it up so that students only move on if they actually master a thing. But it's hard to do in reality, in the real world. Did I consider going back to teaching full anytime? No, I haven't, but I definitely could. The other issue about this though is like a lot of coding boot camps pay less than a software engineering job, which is why it's hard to find good coding boot camp teachers, because it does not pay nearly as much as what you would make as like an architect or a software engineer. Yeah. Yeah, and I think like a lot of other places where, I mean, the thing is, as a coding bootcamp instructor, you're actually making a whole lot more money than like an elementary school teacher, and a lot of times even more than like a college professor, which is crazy. But even then, the salaries are still way lower than what you would make as a actual software engineer. Yeah. My belief, the teacher is the most of the time not doing their job if the student fails when they. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. So like if a student, I mean, it's part of it, right? So if a student flunks or gets an F, the teacher is somewhat to blame, right? Like they didn't do a good job of teaching it, or they didn't not just they didn't do a good job of teaching it, they didn't do a good job of making sure that the students actually understood it, and making sure that the students actually learned it. Because like a professor or a teacher could go up to the front of a classroom and like give the best lecture they've ever given in terms of how they judge themselves, but that doesn't mean that the people in the audience actually understood it well or took up that or followed them well. You know, it's a whole different thing. What metric would you use instead of letter grade system? So there's this idea of mastery-based learning, and mastery learning. Yeah. First formally proposed by Benjamin Bloom, also the person that created Bloom's taxonomy. But I don't know if they talk about it in here. But there are some schools, like charter schools and stuff, that are trying to do competency-based learning. So the way that I did it when I taught was students weren't assigned letter grades. They were assigned a number between 0 and 3. So if you have a 0 in something, that means you basically have no exposure to it or like have not even tried to prove that you know how to do that thing. So everyone starts off with a 0. For students that are used to letter grade systems, they don't like that at all because they think it's an F. It's not an F. There is no concept of flunking or failing. There's just this concept of you literally have not been exposed to that topic yet, so you get a 0. 1 is, 0 through 3. So 0, haven't been exposed to it at all. We know nothing. We have no data. 1 is maybe you can recite some definitions, but maybe you can't think critically or like use those concepts in an unfamiliar environment. 2 is you can use them in unfamiliar environments, but maybe there are certain things that you haven't completely mastered yet. And 3 is complete mastery. Like you can do that thing without any sort of help, without any sort of like assistance or nudging. You have mastered that specific topic. So every single thing would be given on a scale of a 0 to 3. And if you're not a 3, that just means you have more work to do until you get to a 3. But what I was going to show here is that there are some schools in the U.S. that are trying to have a like mastery-based and competency-based transcript. I was trying to think of the word. The thing that has all of your grades on it that you typically like show to a college when you're applying to it. Because then it's not like on a 4.0 scale anymore. It's like you literally have a transcript that says, these are the courses I took and these are all of the things that I mastered. So it's much more granular, but gives a much better idea of what the student can actually do. So yeah, that's a thing. That's partly why I was only in teaching for a few years. The pay and the time was invested was immense, yeah. The time invested was immense, yeah. If they're back to computer science classes, I knew a guy that never shows up. I mean, this guy never saw the professor until the exams. He reads the material once, then gets a passing grade easy. Always thought his potential was wasted there. That's the thing. Like, because I similarly, I was really good at math in high school and also in college, where all I had to do was show up to the lesson, watch the instructor do it, and then I could get an A on the test. But that's just how my brain works, and like that's just how. But for a lot of other people, they couldn't do that. Like they needed more examples, they needed more practice, which is why for me, like I felt like a lot of high school and even college was just like a waste of my time. Like I don't know. Sometimes when I get asked a question, I have to really think about how I formulate my answer so they do get it. I can give you a complex answer or a totally stupid answer, but by getting something totally unrelated to programming as an example and you get it. Yeah, I mean, that has to do with like using like analogies. I actually don't think I use a lot of analogies in my teaching. I try to just break things down into smaller, more relatable or understandable pieces, but I don't use analogies as much. And not everyone can learn from analogies. The pain is immense. One of my master's degrees is from Western Governors University. That was the first real exposure to competency-based education. Yeah, I guess the maybe it's the Mastery Transcript Consortium. But I only found this recently when I was looking into like educational concepts. I think this is another thing that's holding up me creating a course. Is like I'm actually trying to structure the course in a way that you can have like assessments that are done by the learner so that they can assess did they actually learn the thing, and then also like planning out a course in a way that the learner can very easily see their path through it and get a high level picture of it up front. Yeah, and DS Legends, thank you very much for that resub. But so I found this recently. So this talks about there's the Mastery Transcript Consortium, which is like an organization that's trying to move forward this idea of mastery-based learning and the removal of the grade point average system. Like, we're so far away from something like this happening, but people are thinking about it and trying to find ways to integrate it into schools and curriculums and stuff like that. Okay, that was a fun aside. Let's keep going. Can I explain OP? Oh, OP? Yes, but not today. Not today. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then, yeah, don't teach how to do something, teach why to do it. Well, it's a little bit of both, right? Because teaching the why gets students invested. Like, they have a better reasoning for, like, okay, this is why this thing is important to learn, or, like, why we even need to know this thing. Teaching the how, without that why context for a lot of students can be like confusing, or just like they're not invested. So like even if you're teaching them how, they don't care. I don't know. What many intelligent students miss is that classes are more about figuring out how to solve problems collaboratively than individual students knowing how to do reproduce examples. Yeah, I think it varies. I think in a lot of scenarios it is about working with others in collaboration. Yeah, I do agree with that. Mastery seems harder to quantify than numerical grades. Yeah, and I think that's why they're trying to figure this out, because the other aspect of that is like breaking things down into like standards, and even that is really hard to do. Yeah. Yeah. Because there are other people that have tried to do stuff with, that, yeah, you learn a thing and then you get a badge for having learned that thing. But I don't know. This is why I'm teaching you brain surgery. Yeah, and so, okay, so I digress. All of that was to talk about, like, how I got started with live streaming and stuff. The other thing that I don't talk about a lot is I know a lot about technology. So I know a lot about, like, building PCs, and I know a lot about. Can I lift this? Can you see this? Audio equipment like that. And I know a lot about. Not a lot about I know a little bit about cameras, but I know a lot about taking video and audio feeds and getting them into a computer. So as a live streamer, that's some stuff you need to know as well. It's not just, do you have some interesting things that you want to talk about and show on stream? Do you also know how to hook it all up and configure OBS and stuff like that? And I've always been technical, so that's another aspect of what I do. Yeah. How about the learn for the exam and forget mentality? Yeah, that's another thing as well. It's like, I think especially, give me a second. Especially in the US with standards-based learning, is that the teachers teach to the exam, right? Not the more general topic, which means that the students are only learning specifically what they need to know to pass the exam or to pass the standardized testing. But yeah. I wouldn't say I know a lot about parks and lakes. And thank you, Jenk. I appreciate that. I guess I get this from my mom's side of the family. Though my dad still has like a full head of hair. Yeah. Cool. Where did the name Coding Garden come from? I searched Namecheap. It's probably even harder to find these days, but I literally put the word coding into Namecheap, which is my preferred way of buying domains, and I found that Coding Garden was available. And I was like, that sounds fun. We can have like the garden theme. A garden is a place where things are growing, just as we are all growing as developers. Now, I've only used Porkbun for a couple of things. Porkbun sometimes has better pricing, but I like the DNS tools of Namecheap. And going from buying a domain to setting the DNS settings to those DNS settings propagating is so fast on Namecheap. Porkbun, you typically actually do have to wait 24 hours before all of the DNS stuff to propagate. But, yeah. Okay, what else? Are you self-taught? Do you have a computer science degree? I have a highly technical education and background, but I've been self-learning all my life. I started teaching myself basic programming and building websites when I was in middle school. I have a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and minor in Mathematics. My university did not offer any CS specializations at the time, but I did take a few courses in cybersecurity and forensics. Yeah, so that's my background. And then all of the web stuff that I know I pretty much taught myself after getting my degree, and some of it I taught myself before getting my degree. How long have I been coding? Over 17 years. I started coding HTML, CSS websites as a kid. I learned Java, C, C++ in college. I wrote C# and .NET desktop applications for a while. Started learning modern web development for a while, or in my spare time. Taught JavaScript full stack web development for 3 years. This is what I need to update. Worked as a chief full stack engineer / architect for 3+ years. And now I'm a full-time gardener. That's funny. I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm not even gonna clarify. Would it be 18 years? I'm trying to think. Why not? We'll just keep adding numbers to this. Does it have to be relevant? I don't know. I know a lot of people, for them, the number of years they've been coding and the jobs that they've had is their identity. I don't need that identity. If you show up and you learn something from me, that's kind of all of the that's all I need. I don't know. There are a lot of people that very much the jobs that they've had, how long they've been coding, all of that is their identity. That's not my identity. I'm just here to help. And what's up, Alka? Thank you very much for the, what is it? Oldest sub, 31 months. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Okay. What do I do for a living? In June 2022, I started creating content full-time. Sure, that's relevant. What does CJ stand for? Everyone has always called me CJ. Just call me CJ. Please don't ask about my first or last name, or share my first or last name in the chat if you do know it. So for those of you that are new here, that's the thing. Just call me CJ. How old are you? What did we say earlier? Old enough? Coding Jardin. Exactly. The oldest I've ever been. I don't think I say my real name. I think there's, I mean, yeah, if you really, really want to know how old I am, there is one time I slipped. I'm pretty sure I said my full birthday. I don't remember what stream it was, but I do think it is on YouTube somewhere. Welcome in, Codex. I'm the former youngest baby ever. If you know, send it to me, Imposter Engineer, if you found it. Just DM it to me, and don't tell other people. and that's really just what I'm thinking, Limotes, is like, if they literally watched every single one of my VODs just to find the one time where I accidentally said my actual birthday. Yeah. Yeah. And hey, Foji. Yeah, we've been live for 2 hours. That's a challenge. I don't know. I mean, I think one of the main issues is also just like personal security, right? If somebody knows your birthday, then and your birth year and your birthday, trying to get into your accounts and like resetting passwords like that, that's one piece of information that they need to know. So I don't want people knowing that. Also, if people knew my real age, it would be potentially, if they really wanted to find me in the world, it'd be a whole lot easier to use those people search websites if they knew my exact age, if they knew my exact name. So all of it is just like operational security. Like, I'm preventing the weirdos from finding me, you know? Yeah. You're 20 in my heart, thanks. So honestly, I mean, that's just a lesson for all of you as well. Like, don't be so cavalier with your information. Obviously, like, I have a little more to worry about. Like, what I worry about is like swatting or people like sending weird stuff to my house. I don't want that to happen. Well, yeah, Alka. I mean, we've known each other digitally long enough that you found. What do you mean you found me? Like, yeah. You came to Denver, and I was like, say hey, and then I picked you up from the hotel. Like, honestly, you should have been scared of me because I picked you up from the hotel. You got in my car. Alka's still alive to this day, which makes you know that I'm pretty trustworthy. So, yeah. Yeah, I met Alka IRL. Yeah, he came to Denver to... Well, he was visiting a friend in Colorado, came to Denver for a few days, and we hung out for a little bit. Yeah. He was not made of metal. He was a nice guy. I didn't pick him up at a bar. I picked him up at a hotel. Yeah, happy to, Drills. Definitely let me know when you're in town. Okay, let's keep moving. At a hotel bar. Who's that dog on the getting started screen? So... it's not here anymore, but it is this. That dog right there. That's Panzer. The one right here, right there. He is roughly 6.75 year. He's a 6.75-year-old Saint Bernard. Wait, did it say bigtimer.net on there? Dang it. I am see, this is why I want to build my own timer. That's funny. Because I am using bigtimer.net. Okay. He weighs... Has he lost weight? He's still about 130. He's a very good boy, but he's afraid of the stairs, so will not come downstairs. Yeah, so I stream in the basement. He will not come downstairs. Yeah. Also, I also did an IRL dog walk, and he got lots of screen time then. I don't know if that's a way of writing that. And actually, this is an unlisted YouTube video. Like, so I think I'm gonna create, or I'm gonna upload all of my IRL streams to my personal YouTube account. But I haven't done that yet. So in the meantime, there is a live stream where I walked my dog that you can go watch. This one. It's a whole hour long where we went to a park. And we walked with him and stuff. So this is it. Yeah, he is a good doggo. What's up, Mysterious? Welcome in. This is the funny thing. He lays down when he drinks and when he eats. He's bypassed. Yeah, he likes to drink right from the from the bottle. I couldn't think of the word bottle. Yeah, that's a portable bowl. It's foldable. Okay. I also did an IRL dog walk. You can watch here. Why don't I use Vim? I guess the reasons still stand. Can I be less snarky about it? The days of needing to SSH into a remote computer to edit code in terminal are long gone. I guess I still feel that way. My VODs get deleted after 60 days. I'll have to update this when I upload it to YouTube at some point. I think you're right, Limehouse. let me open an issue. Sure, Drills. Why don't I use Vim? Because it's bad. No. Oh, wow, Bugbreaker. I guess they're not with you anymore, but that's a big dog. Why don't I use Tailwind? Okay. Terminal-based editors make it very hard for viewers to follow what is happening, especially beginners. Honestly, I think this is the main reason. Like, if you're trying to teach programming and you also have to teach how to use a very specific editor, that's just so much more for the learner. Like, I think Vim is fine to learn eventually after you've spent enough time using other things and already know a little bit about programming so that you can focus your learning efforts on Vim, but I don't know. I still feel the same way. Same thing here. He suddenly doesn't know how to use a computer. That's funny. But yeah, and like I mean, I think my opinions on all of this stuff apply to everything. Like, if you use Vim and you like it, great. Fine, I don't care. Like, I don't dislike you as a person. I don't think you're a bad person for using Vim. Use what you want to. And like that opinion that I have applies to everything. Like, if React is your favorite thing in the world, great. I don't hate you for it. You need to care if you're a developer in 2022? I don't know. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, when I SSH into a server, I just use I use Nano. But you may not know that this thing exists. You can literally install an extension in VS Code that will SSH into a server and then give you, like, you can use VS Code to edit the files, navigate the file system. So you don't need Vim. And Nanashi, welcome in. Yeah. Do you, boo? um, Actually, I've only used this a few times because depending on your SSH connection, it can be a little bit slow. And then that's the other thing is you can run a remote instance of VS Code server on that server if you really need to, and then you have access to the file system and stuff. VS Code is an open source project from Microsoft. So, yeah. What is my preferred deployment method? It's still Versal. I guess I can remove Heroku. I'll put Surge at the top because I've been building just a whole lot of like static websites lately. Yeah. True, mysterious. But yeah, I guess that's the thing about if you use this SSH plugin, like you don't have to install anything on the server. It literally just does everything over SSH. So. Oh, cool, Mark. I've never used that before. Okay. Oh, nice, Dabajin. You can call yourself a true web developer if you're having like browser compatibility issues. Okay, thanks, Trills. Yeah, after we get through all of these, I'm gonna go add answers to the ones that are on as issues. Why do I prefer Vue? Yeah, go look there. What are some good resources to learn to code? That's still the same answer. Did I link to the new one here? This is the old one. I need to link to the new one. That was really loud, and I'm sorry. Can you tell me how can I connect my Raspberry Pi host with my domain? DNS settings. That's it's gonna vary depending on like where did you buy the domain, what does their DNS dashboard look like, but essentially wherever you bought the domain should have a dashboard where you can go in and say there is an A record for this IP address that should point to that domain. Yeah. DNS settings. No, I don't use Vim. I talk about that in the frequently asked questions, so I'll link that in a second. What do you use to live stream? You can see all of the gear I use to stream here. Check out the diagram at the bottom. That's good. Yeah, this was an old stream where I think I talked about, yeah, this is throwback. This is back when I was living in New York City, and every time I live streamed, I would literally go into a conference room at the company I was working at and set up my blue screen, set up my camera. This is crazy because like I was streaming multiple times a week, and I would literally like have to tear down my blue screen, my camera, my microphone every time I streamed. But that does talk about the equipment. I need to do a more updated video, especially with my my basement studio. But yeah. Is it okay to put my static IP address on DNS names? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you have to do, unless you have some sort of proxy situation. But yeah, if you have a static IP, that goes as an A record in your DNS settings. Yeah, so Codex has the answer for you. Yeah, thanks. Why? That's my old haircut. I had that haircut for a while. Yeah, no worries, Nanashi. Yeah. New York City? I don't know the reference. That's its mark. How'd the job feel about your live streaming? Oh, they were totally fine with it. So this was the coding boot camp that I was teaching at. And the other thing is, so I still actually, I mean, this laptop is now my essentially my media center PC, but this is like a Razer laptop with like a dedicated video card and stuff. But that was my streaming computer, and then I captured the HDMI of my MacBook. Now I have a desktop streaming computer, which we'll talk about. I haven't used kit.co. I see. I bet that they take a cut of the affiliate links. So I mean, I have my own website for that. So Coding Garden Gear has all the stuff. We're gonna work on this next because this needs to be updated. Yeah. So I was only in New York City for 3 months, and I was there specifically for this job. Is this you, Codex? Are we gonna see what Codex looks like? Nice. Nice. So yeah, I kind of it's like a I had like a it's like a mohawk, but also a bun. I don't know. I do not tear down my home studio after every stream. So yeah. Yeah, no, welcome in, Dabajin. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's kind of a mohawk. A Plex machine? No, it literally is just a Windows computer plugged into my TV that we load Netflix and YouTube on. But I don't really have a media server for it. My Plex server is in the cloud. Is there docs? Okay, I closed it. Yeah, delete the message too. Or this one? Where's the doxing info here? All right, let's watch this salsa commercial.
More paste, thick, and chunky salsa.
Yeah. This ain't paste, thick, and chunky salsa.
Well, woo, dog is. Paste is made with big chunks of tomatoes, onions, and peppers.
Perfect for dipping.
By folks in San Antonio.
Who know what salsa should taste like.
Well, this stuff's made in New York City. New York City.
New York City. That's funny. Well, it reminds me of City Slickers. I used to watch that a lot. I don't know if I had it like on VHS or something like that. But yeah. Yeah. A bun hawk, exactly. Oh, my video? Oh, no. I think, I mean, I linked to this video. I don't think there's any doxable stuff in here. Shouldn't be, anyways. Ad? Okay, I'll pause. Do you mean, how do I have a green chair, Hark? Is that what you're asking? In my dashboard, I can see that the ads are playing. Oh! Yeah, so exclamation mark theme will give you my VS Code theme. And that just sets these to green as part of the theme. And then for YouTube, I'm going to get to that. That question is in the frequently asked questions. I'll get to there in a second. Okay, we're back. We're back. First of all, I need to update this info about my Mac setup. What MacBook do you have? I'm still using the 2015 MacBook Pro. This 7-year-old laptop still runs great for all my needs. I mean, for the most part. The fans have been spinning up a lot lately, so I actually put my MacBook on the other side of the room, so when the fans spin up, you can't hear it. But it's still pretty good. I mean, the more I think about it, I'm probably going to replace it with a Mac Mini, which is pretty affordable, like $600 or $700. Well, so this specific Mac setup corresponds to the YouTube video that I did, which is why I keep it as a separate repo. Yeah. No, I mean, I would still need to replace a portable machine, like my laptop itself. And maybe I'll go with a System 76 or something like that. I agree with that, Jules. I'll link it here. Yeah, that's the MacBook. Setup and computer. I documented all of the settings and apps I use here. That's where I'll link it. That. That's not good. That's unfortunate to hear. But like I was gonna look at any of the companies that are doing like Linux specific laptops. I don't know. I honestly might just get a used MacBook Pro M1 Pro. Because right now they sell for like $2,000 brand new, but you can find used ones for about $1,500, and I assume like 6 months to a year from now you can probably find them for closer to $1,000. Yeah, I mean I guess if we're talking about MacBooks, but the reason is like all of the reasons that I like the 2015 MacBook Pro, they brought a lot of that stuff back, like the MagSafe charger they brought back, dedicated HDMI port they brought that back. SD card reader, they brought that back. This one. So yeah, the 14-inch, and I would get the 14-inch because it would be portable and it would fit in my IRL backpack. But look at that, it's got an HDMI port. But I'm not gonna pay $2,000 for it. I'm guessing like when the next series of MacBooks comes out, we're gonna be able to find these for like $1,000 or under. So that's when I'm gonna get one of these. Was there audio? There should be no audio. But yeah, all of these have the M1. The 13-inch is the one that has the M2. Yeah. But yeah, I've heard good enough reviews of this that I'll probably buy one in a year or two. Okay. Yeah, we just answered this. Why do I use a Mac? Everything just works on my Mac. I spent 6+ years in Windows IT support. I've used Windows 95, XP, ME. I guess that 98 isn't on the list. I guess I'll put 98 on the list because I did use that too. Vista 8 and 10. The amount of things that have gone wrong on my Windows machines is immeasurable. I feel like I'm being very hyperbolic here, but most of my old Windows laptops have become Linux machines, which is true. I prefer Ubuntu because I'm used to it and it mostly just works as well. Yeah. I guess technically Coding Garden is my company, if you want to call it that. Did my lifestyle change after quitting my job? Mainly, I just got more sleep and didn't have to worry about things as much. So, yeah. So here's the answer right here. So basically, I use my MacBook for a lot of things, not just coding. I think I talk about that right here. This is probably the main reason that I still use a Mac is like I create music, and all of the stuff I use to create music works on a Mac. You could probably get it working on Windows, but you run into like driver issues and stuff like that. Stuff just works on a Mac. So that's the main reason. Yeah. Are we gonna do old tech videos? Yeah, that's planned for Thursday. And I need to create a, let me do that really quick. I'm gonna create a Discord channel that where people can suggest old tech videos. Because if you tuned in this past Friday, um, I did a stream where we watched the Computer Chronicles, an episode from 1998, which was really fun. All right, let me add a. Cool. So we have a Discord channel now called Suggest Reaction Videos. Oh no, I haven't done word of the day in a while. But so if you tuned in this past Friday, we watched Computer Chronicles, which is a show that aired in the 90s and early 2000s. And all of the episodes are you can watch online. So we watched an episode from 1998 on how to build a website, and it was really fun. So this coming Thursday, we're going to pick another video to react to. So if you have suggestions, it could be old like tech commercials, tutorial videos, anything that's like from the 90s or early 2000s. Feel free to suggest it here, and we'll consider it to watch on stream. Yeah. And so like this is a divisive topic of like using a Mac or whatever, but I think my main answer here is like, I'm not your traditional Mac user. Like I don't use the latest one. I'm not going to pay Mac like retail prices. I don't have an iCloud account. I don't use Siri. I don't use an iPhone. So like I use a MacBook, but I am not like a Mac Apple fanboy or whatever is basically what I'm trying to say. Like a Mac works really well for the things that I want to do. And that's just me. That's me. I'm basically using it as a Linux computer that also does music production. Yeah, that's it. That's how you could describe it. The ecosystem. Yeah. I am not an Apple enthusiast. Cool. If you've seen me using these shortcuts, these are all defined in my Mash profile. Like this, get status, get add all. Yeah. Oh, welcome in, links, guys. Yeah. I'm hoping that some of my more recent content, you don't have to be technical or have to know about code to be able to hang out and have a good time. Did I spell Ableton wrong? I did. Thank you. I think I missed a bunch of chats, but yeah. That's interesting to hear, Veep. Like for me, like Ubuntu has always been like the easiest Linux distro to use. Like, I mean, most Linux distros these days have built-in driver support and everything else, but I do remember a time where I would spend days just trying to get my laptop working with Linux. I don't even remember what distribution, but these days, like the Ubuntu installer has all of the most commonly used drivers just embedded in it, so you can just get up and going on most old laptops. Yeah. A mini bootcamp, $10? What do you mean by that? Yeah. Ubuntu? You're not being an a-hole. Mendoza. There's a lot of different ways to pronounce these. Pronounce things, especially in the tech world. Am I saying Ubuntu? Here's the thing. If you speak English and you pronounce this as an English speaker, the U is a short U sound because it's followed by two consonants. If it was followed by consonant and then vowel, like if there was a like that, this would be Ubuntu. That's why I say it as Ubuntu, but I understand that it's not an English word. Exactly, it's an African word. And if you're pronouncing it the way it was meant to be pronounced in their language, then it is Ubuntu, not Ubuntu. How do you pronounce GNU? Yeah, I guess you're totally right, Limodes. Then it would be... Well, no, this is a long... See, this is what I mean by vowel, consonant, vowel. So this makes it a long U because it's vowel, consonant, vowel. So this is Ubuntu. I guess I say Ubuntu? I don't know. Are people laughing at me how I say GNU? Or GNU? I used to say GUI all the time. I literally never pronounced this as GUI until I went to school for programming, until I got my computer science degree. Do you not pronounce it GNU? How do you pronounce it? I already talked about it in the past. I wanted to create an entire repo and application around different ways to pronounce tech words. I use Arch because it's easier to pronounce. Nice. Yeah. Okay, let's keep moving. All my aliases are defined in my dot files. I guess my dot files haven't been updated in a while, but that's okay. What do I use to show all those stats in the minibar? I have a tool called iStat menus. Oh, you just pronounce it new, like with a silent G? That sounds wrong. That's I understand that though. But here, let's find, what's the guy's name? Richard? Stallman? Richard Stallman. Let's see what he says.
Well, what's GNU plus Linux?
GNU plus Linux. There you go. The inventor calls it GNU. So, ha. Well, not the inventor. One of the original creators. Kuchnu and Linus Torvalds. Yeah. Easy. Done. Linux? Now do GIF with a soft G. Also, like the GIF with a soft G is how the creator... It's not that I have a hard and fast rule of pronouncing it the way the creator intended, but I just fall into the camp. I've always called it GIF, so I'm going to keep calling it GIF. Yeah. There's an initialism and an acronym. Yeah, so and an acronym. And GNU is like a circular acronym because it's GNU's not Unix. But then what does GNU stand for? GNU's not Unix. So it's like a circular thing. What if the creator's wrong? Yeah, I mean, you could have that argument. I'm not trying to say he's right or wrong. I've just always called it GNU, so I'm going to keep calling it GNU. I haven't looked into Solid Start, but it does look awesome. I am excited about like the nested routing that they have built. It's just like Ryan, the guy, the main person behind Solid. Chef's kiss. Like, he's just made some really good decisions and really good what do you call it? Like, I don't know. A lot of people. Is that like Chef's Kiss or is that the circle? I don't know. A lot of people that create libraries and frameworks aren't the best at taking what works and going with it. and the creators of Solid and maintainers of it have. Like they took all the good things about all the good stuff that we like to use, and it's in Solid Start. But Solid, so for a quick definition for you. So Solid.js is a front-end framework. You can put it in the same buckets as React or Vue or Svelte. It does similar things. Solid Start is like the next JS of the Solid world, or like the remix. Like, Next.js is to React as Solid Start is to Solid.js. Yeah, it's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. You're still on WinXP? You shouldn't have been. Chefs. Yeah, this is Chefs. No, this is Mamma mia. Yeah. Oh yeah, that is interesting. But there's a lot of like Udemy courses that people could potentially try that do cover like bootcamp style stuff. So I personally have only I've read the documentation, and then also I think the other thing that Solid has going for it is that the creator is a really good teacher. So is this the Fireship video? Yeah, that's the Fireship video. This one, yeah, so this is the other interesting thing that you don't see from a lot of other like web frameworks that have come out. Like Solid.js literally has their own YouTube account, and they have I watched this video and I was like, okay, yeah, like I understand Solid now, and it makes a lot of sense. But I think is it right?
Solid is a reactive JavaScript framework. If you're interested in what reactivity is and how it...
I believe, yeah, is it Ryan that's talking in this video? Oh, no, this is Dan Hutan. Regardless, this is the other thing that a lot of frameworks like aren't necessarily doing. Literally, the framework itself has like really good marketing, and the core team members are really good teachers. Like typically, like if you want to learn about React or you want to learn about Vue, you go on YouTube and you find some other creator's tutorial for it. Like this one tutorial by the Solid.js team is like pretty much all you need to understand Solid. So that's the other cool thing about it. Yeah. Isn't router the word? Or are they just not just router? 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 What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah, and then I think his Twitch name literally is Ryan Solid. Yeah, that's him. Definitely go drop a follow over there. Yeah. On the fence with Solid, not a fan of code generation. I did not see any code generation. I'm not a fan of code generation either. Apparently I'm not following. I should follow too. Oh, are you saying the main reason to use these meta frameworks? It's not just for routing. It also has just other opinions about how you structure things. But I do think, from what I've seen, that they got routing right. Because like SvelteKit was like close, but it feels really clunky. I haven't seen how they do it in Remix, but I think like Solid took inspiration from all of them. What's the code generation that they do? It literally rewrites your logic to be unrolled. That wasn't my understanding of it. Like, I think of it more of like Svelte, right? So like, you are using a declarative language to define your user interface, and then when you bundle it, all of the extra stuff gets stripped away, and only the stuff that's needed gets left behind. That was my understanding of what Solid is doing as well. Like the code you write looks a lot like React, but there is no virtual DOM. It essentially gets like built and bundled into code that is as minimal as possible, and only doing what do you call it? I don't know. But the thing is, like, React isn't doing what you told it to do. Like React, there's a lot of hidden stuff that is happening with React. Like, you write your code one way, and that's like essentially how you interact. That's your interface into the virtual DOM. I don't know. Yeah. Nimlang? Haven't heard of it. Ryan's the only guy alive in the world right now that knows as much about frameworks than anyone. Yeah. I don't know. I think the what do you call it? Like the idea that like I think like the Rich Harris from Svelte popularized this idea that Svelte is a language and is a compiler. Like the code that you write isn't going to be the code that's running. The same thing is happening even in React and in Vue. Like the code you write isn't the code that's actually running. Like it gets built and bundled into, I guess for React and Vue, code that is essentially like creating and manipulating the virtual DOM. Whereas with Svelte and Solid, it's generating code that is just directly interacting with the DOM. I don't know. At the end, like all of these things are all developer experience, right? Like JSX and like single file components for Vue. We've got an ad. Let's pause. Remix is React Router, but file-based. Can you do nested routing with React Router? Yeah, that's the other weird thing is like all of the dependencies required for like React or React Native. Yeah. So okay, legit broke their routing. Yeah, I mean, I was trying like I was trying to get the hang of it. Like coding.garden was rewritten with SvelteKit. And I guess it makes sense to have the files split up like that, but it's not very intuitive, and you definitely have to go to the docs. But then that's the issue: the docs haven't been updated completely. So I think that's the mistake they made there is changing everything and not updating the docs to coincide with that. Possibly America 2050. The only issue is this sounds like a lot of work, and it sounds like it's going to take a long time because, I mean, Fresh Spots took us 17 streams to do, and I can't imagine spending that much time on all of these other things as well. But I'm open to it being like a community project. Like you can pull request a link to an app that was written in another framework. Yeah. Solid Start is super new, so I expect there to be bugs and stuff, but I think it's a good spot. Fresh Spots isn't finished. We've done a good amount of it, so we've done we've done enough that it's usable, and I'm gonna transition it so that if people want to continue like fixing all the tickets and stuff that we have and like fixing the technical debt, they can make a PR for that. That's how we're going to move forward with it. Series isn't done. So Thursday is going to be a wrap up. If you look at the calendar, the plan for Thursday is to create contributing documentation, potentially move some of the things from Trello into GitHub issues, and then make it so that it's easier for people to get up and running with the project, and then make a pull request if they want to fix one of the issues or add a new feature. Because right now it's not really set up for that. So that's the plan on Thursday. Thursday this week. Yep. It's true, Codex. I mean, that's the other issue is like we're in a very new ecosystem, and it's funny that like they literally like today Dino was it 1.28 literally now has really good support for npm, so there's probably a lot of things that we weren't able to use before that we actually now could use in fresh spots. So that's a whole nother set of like tech debt and refactorings we could do to like rip out some of the stuff we wrote custom and try to use like existing libraries. But this is a thing now. Like it's going to be easier to develop in Dino, but it definitely was not easy when we were doing it. 1.3 million new modules. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the other issue, and not issue, but the thing to think about. Like, if you want to get a job, you probably need to know React. But if you're in a position to make technical decisions about like what technology your company chooses, it's interesting to look at stuff like Solid or Svelte or Vue as an alternative to React, because the developer experience is better, in my opinion. What's mitosis? Write components once, run everywhere. Cool. Cool. So, I mean, technically there already is CI with fresh spots because we use Dino deploy. So every time we push to GitHub, it auto deploys. Yeah, I mean, it's true. There's a lot of stuff we were up against working on fresh spots. With what I know now, would I still say it's a 2-day job? No, because there's a lot of things that need to be fixed and refactored that I would want to do from day one. That's going to take a whole lot longer than 2 days. Yeah, it would be interesting to rewrite it with things that I'm comfortable using and have a lot of experience using, to see how long that takes me. It'd still probably take a little bit longer than 2 days. I don't know. I'm really bad at estimating. Yeah. Developer experience is everything. Another ad already? Or is that the same one as we were as earlier? Under promise, over deliver. Yeah. What's up, Cozy? Yep, 2 days. Yeah, I was looking at that. So that use client, isn't that a Next.js thing? I don't know. And Indroved, thank you very much for Prime sub. Appreciate you. I don't know if I missed these, but Blank, thank you for the 13 months. DS Legends, thanks for the 24 months. Alka, thank you for the 31 months. Oh. Apparently some people's subs didn't renew today, so our sub count actually went down. That's fun. Yeah. Imagine a system with perfect DX that nobody would pay you to build. Yeah. Yeah, that's the plan, Ryan. So on Thursday we're gonna make the project so it's easier for people to contribute to, and they'll be able to open issues to add new features and stuff. You get a Speedo ad? Well, yeah, I'll try Remix one day. I'm trying to hold off on it because I guess there's a lot of hype around it, and also like there was some weird drama with the creators and stuff. But yeah, I'll try it eventually. That's also why I'm not using Next 13. There's so much like drama around the new release and stuff. React, oh, okay, so yeah, so React 18 has like, it's the server components or whatever they call it. Yeah. Cool. What drama? Oh, just that so much has changed and like, I don't know. I guess it's not drama, it's just a lot of things have changed and people don't like it. Right? That's what I was getting from it. Yeah. There's a lot of new things and a lot of things that change that people are not excited to fix or update in their app. The ads you see are based on your internet history, so those of you seeing that Speedo ad. All right, are we done yet? How far are we? Cool. What browser do you use? Same thing, same thing. And Peter Stolman, thank you very much for the 3 months. Thank you. I got this shirt yesterday. I like it. Same thing. Great. We made it through the frequently asked questions. I'm going to go ahead and add and commit these. Update questions. What did you say, Drills? I missed your thing. Plug my Wikipedia thing? I'm good. Update package lock? There we go. That's what I wanted to see. So I actually have this dependency called doctalk that automatically generates the table of contents on commit. So doctalk can look at Markdown, extract out all of the headings and subheadings, and then I have a pre-commit hook that automatically adds those to the README. So if you look in the README, there's this commented section right here. It auto-generates this, and then, yeah. Markdown in VS Code has that feature? Must be another, it must be an external extension? I don't see it. Okay. So, the frequently asked questions have been updated. Thank you everyone for bearing with me. In terms of updating those, now there are more questions that we need to answer in the issues. Let's go through these. What extension shows package size in VS Code? I don't use this anymore. But it was called, yeah, these are old. These are really old. But it was called import cost. Oh, I haven't seen that mysterious. No, Lapsy? What is it? This is the one. Okay, next issue, about using less memory. Sorry, this response is so late, but for the most part, I tried to only run the apps I'm actually using. This keeps the memory footprint down. But yeah, you can see I only am using 2.8 gigs of memory right now. Yeah, turn off Docker. But I mean, he says stock, but I do think people yep, yeah, this is the yep emote. Yep. I do think most people leave apps running when they shouldn't. You can see I literally only have 4 apps running on my computer right now. What What terminal do I use? Yeah. Thanks for answering that, Drill. Drill just went through and answered all of these today. Yeah, this can be closed too. It's fun to just close issues. If you still have this question, please ask on the Discord. Are you a lefty? Oh, let's answer this now. Where should we put this? This is about setup? Where should this question go? Most asked? It's not most asked. This is like tech preferences, probably. Why don't I use Vim? What's your preferred deployment method? Oh, do it under setup and computer. Right here, right here. Are you left-handed? Do you... Why do you use a left-handed mouse? It's not a tech preference. It's more about setup, computer setup. Left-handed is hyphened. Like that. Yeah. I mean, you can. Most people you can see it on this scene because I'm using my left hand here. It's not mirrored. I don't know. I am not left-handed. I started using a left-handed mouse about 8 years ago when I started getting wrist pain in my right wrist. I continue to use a left-handed mouse today as this. I mean, does it really have to be hyphened? Yeah, that's what I'm going to answer right now, Mysterious. Is I typically don't get wrist pain using my right hand. I typically get wrist pain when I'm using my trackpad with my right hand. Continues to prevent issues with my right hand. You can read more about the mouse I use on the gear page. Either hyphen all of them. Am I left-handed? Yeah, and so if you look on my gear page, this is a $100 mouse. You don't need a $100 mouse. But you can find, if you really just search for like left-handed vertical mouse, in any of them that like have decent reviews and like are typically like a bit more vertical. So like I would be hesitant of this because it's not completely vertical. It's like only slightly vertical. Definitely better than a regular mouse. But just to talk about ergonomics really quick. In terms of human anatomy, like your wrist and your arm is in a more natural position when it's sideways like this, right? Because you have the two bones. Is that the tibia and the fibia? There's all those leg bones. Anatomy. Anatomy? Arm anatomy. I should probably hide my screen. There's going to be some weird images if I do this. How do I see the bones? No, it's not. It's the ulna and the radius. Yeah, so those are like, yeah, the tibia and the fibia. That's true. I don't know a lot about anatomy. Well, I don't know if I talked about this on stream before, but I took human anatomy when I lived in Germany. I went to a Department of Defense school, so it was like a school on the army base, but I took my 5th grade class was a German immersion class. So I learned about like world history and anatomy in German. So I don't remember most of it. Like I know that Brustbone, the Brustbone, but it's the breastbone, but I learned it all in German, so I forgot everything. But okay, the ulna and the radius. So these two bones, the ulna and the radius, whenever you twist your arm, this is an unnatural position, right? Because the radius is on top of the ulna, that they're now crisscrossed. So if you think about that, a lot of ergonomics has to do with maintaining a neutral position. And so instead of having your hand crossed over all day while you're using the mouse, if you keep it upright, that's going to prevent some strain as well, because now your hand is in a more natural position. So using a vertical mouse will prevent your hand from going into like a weird position, which is why you can find these vertical mice. Though I will say, like, this one definitely is the most vertical. It's just like a straight vertical. The others are a little bit slanted, which again are probably better than like a fully flat mouse. Yeah. And you can also find, of course, right-handed versions as well. And that will potentially prevent some wrist pain. Yeah. Okay. What is another question that we have? Oh, and then, yeah, there's a lot of different ergonomic keyboards you can use as well. Because so if you think about this for keyboards, right? So if I mention that having your arms and hands like this is the most natural position that they can be in, when you're on a keyboard, your hands are rotated and they're not in the natural position at your sides. They're like crossed over. So again, keyboards are another thing that you can do. So I still just use a regular keyboard. Like that doesn't hurt my wrists at all. But that's why people have like the ErgoDox and like keyboard. They even have vertical keyboards you can do like this, or split keyboards where maybe your hands aren't in a completely natural position, but you don't have to turn them like this. Your hands can stay in this position to use the keyboard. So yeah, that's a thing. That's funny, Acid Spark. Using a vertical mouse will help your back because you have less money in your wallet. How did you animate the channel icon? Where should this go? Yeah, it can be a really expensive hobby to try out all of these things, but for those of us that are on our computers for the majority of our lives, I think it's worth the investment because if you don't think about that stuff now, you're just going to be in pain when you get older. So yeah, so the section on this, what are all those that I see in the chat? I'll put that right here. How is your Twitch avatar animated? I am a 7TV subscriber. Kodak says, I feel like I'm the only one that hates mechanical keyboard sounds. I care less about this. I don't know. I guess it's like the clickety sound makes you sound cool. I don't know. I've never used a mechanical keyboard in an office environment, and I never would because I know people would be really annoyed by that. In an office environment, I use a regular plain old, like, somewhat silent keyboard. So. And animated avatars are one of the perks. If you're seeing my animated avatar, that means you have the 7TV extension or 7TV add-on enabled. Seeming? Seeing. I was like, what? Yeah. Yeah, I know some people have it completely turned off, but for anybody else, you'll see it. Yeah. So like if you have it turned on, you're going to see that I have like this neon name. That's funny, Acid Spark. It's like malicious compliance. Like, you got to come back to the office. All right, I'm going to be as annoying as possible so that you make me go home. The pronouns are another extension. So if you look at, let's look at Franker face settings. I'll add the link in a second. These are pronouns. Which you can set here. So only the people that have the extension enabled will see it, but you can set your pronouns on this website, and then anybody that has the extension, they'll show up. I don't know if anybody has them set right now. Yeah, so Stony has theirs set to he, him. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and no friends. They too have it. And I mean, those are unrelated to the pronouns we have set over here. Like, this has been on our list of things to do for the longest time. We need to create a coding garden add-on, right? So all the things like setting your country flag, our pronouns, your team badge, if we set that up as a Franker Faces add-on, then people could get that in the actual Twitch chat. So you'd be able to see people's flags and everything else in the Twitch chat too. So we want to do that eventually. I might have to refresh the page. I don't know if it... yeah, it might not have kicked in yet. Don't know, Mysterious. The hype is too much? You mean in terms of creating an add-on? I think it is in the near future that we will create an add-on. And then there's a standalone plugin too. Good to know. Yeah, that makes sense. So then you're just annoying one person, Acid Spark, instead of the whole floor. All right, I'm going to link to 7TV. I am. Yeah, Praddock has theirs set to any. Very good. Very good. I like cold weather codecs. I mean, you survive by dressing for it. I have central heat in my house. So I was out most of the day yesterday, and it was like between 30 and 40 degrees, but I have a thermal layer. I wear wool socks. I wear a beanie. I much prefer the cold over the heat. Like, I've lived in Houston, Texas, and have experienced the summer heat. And I much prefer to be freezing than hot and sweating. So. Okay. Standalone plugin. Is that an oxymoron? Well, I think it's just like contrasting the idea that, okay, so I use Franker Faces for everything. So this is the Franker Faces plugin, and it literally has everything. But there technically is like just, if you only wanted pronouns, then you could add the this add-on by itself. Yeah. It's true. You can always put more clothes on, but at some point you're just naked and you can't take off any more clothes. It's true, and I also I like dressing in layers because I like, especially like in this time of year in Colorado, like it's like really cold in the morning and then it gets a bit more, it gets warmer towards the evening and then it gets cold again. So you just dress in layers, like this is one layer and then I have this layer underneath, and if I were to go out I'd probably put a jacket on top of it. So yeah, snow and ice that comes, yeah, yes, that's tricky as well. I don't know. I don't know. I can grill in 80-degree weather on Christmas and it makes me happy. Yeah. Okay. How do I refit the chat overlay back into position? Yeah, I need a section on all of the common apps that I use. I guess this would be in tech preferences. Personal tech preferences. Vote on what? Oh, is there a poll happening right now? There is. Freezing. Yeah, I'm gonna put it next to wherever I have iStats. How do you show all those stats in the menu bar? What window manager / window switcher do you use? I use rectangle to manage windows and alt tab to switch between apps. You can read more about them here. Mac setup is where I talk about them, and specifically I talk about them here. And then links, more links. So yeah, this is that's the window manager I use, and then alt tab is the so you can see when I switch between windows it shows a full image preview. That is alt tab that does that. Using here as a links text is not accessible. I get what you're saying. I think I do that in a lot of places though. Yeah, there are 15 occurrences of me doing that in this repo. Let's add an issue to fix that. Well, to manage application windows is what I mean by this. On my Mac, yeah, that's what I'll say. New issue. Avoid using here to link somewhere. Use context-aware labels to be more accessible. Call to actions? Why don't I use Tailwind? Do I even want to answer this? I guess I will. I'll put it under the why don't you use Vim section. Why do you prefer Vue? Why don't you like Tailwind is what I'll say, because I have used it. All right, what's the best way to answer this? I'll just say this. Most of the time, most of the apps and most of the things I build on stream are rapid prototypes or things where I do not want to write the styles from scratch. Tailwind is a replacement for CSS. If I were to use these if I were to use Tailwind for the for these types of apps, I would need to write all of the styles from scratch. In most situations, I do not want to do that. Yeah, of course I could use Daisy UI or whatever else, but also I know, yeah, let me dive into that a bit more because I've used Bootstrap so much, it's a whole lot easier for me to rapid prototype something with it because I know a lot of the built-in styles and such. Whereas if I were to use Daisy or Flowbyte or some of the others, I don't know them as well. Tailwind itself is not a component library or a CSS framework. It is a utility library that requires you to assemble all of its utility classes to create your own styles. English isn't your first language, is it, Drills? But you're really good at grammar. Why are you so good at grammar? Or is English your first language? All right, I'll pause. Because I'm not American. That's funny. Yeah, we're going to pause. We're going to wait till the ad is over to finish my answer to this question. If I were to use Tailwind for the types of apps I build on stream, I need to write all the styles from scratch. In most situations, I do not want to do that. It's possessive. It's is a conjugation for it is, it has. Yeah. Just write the CSS. Yeah, I'll add more points to this when the ad is over. It depends, Deanshu. So, for the past 2 or 3 months, every Friday we were working on the same project. So you could tune in on Friday and know that's the thing I was working on. But sometimes I'll just do a thing for a one-off stream, like something I've never worked on before. So it varies. Some people are seeing an ad right now. Oh yeah, your pronouns are there. Nice. They must have like some sort of like caching they do against the pronouns API. Okay, we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Let's continue my rant on why I don't use Tailwind. I know that Tailwind component libraries or Tailwind-based frameworks exist, like Daisy UI, Flowbyte. What are the other ones? Oh, I guess literally Tailwind components is one of them. Flowbyte or many of the others. Is this a good link? What is medieval.com? Medieval? Medieval? Is this someone's blog? Yeah, it's someone's blog. Did I put where? Were? Where? I can't find it. Line 351. Or things where I do not want to write the styles from scratch. Great, thank you. Daisy, Hyper UI, Flowbyte. They don't even talk about Tailwind components. Yeah. Oh no, there's a link blocker. See, it goes here, and then this tells me what it is. But it seemed good enough. I don't know. Is it Tailwind UI? I thought it was Tailwind components. I guess it is Tailwind UI. I'm going to link people to DuckDuckGo. Many of the others. This will just link to DuckDuckGo. Tailwind UI with no space. I know that Tailwind-based frameworks exist, like Tailwind UI, Daisy UI, Flowbyte, or many of the others. But I do not have much experience with these and prefer to use things I know, like Bootstrap or Bulma. This is my answer. No worries, Drills. No, I appreciate the comments and fixes and stuff. Did I give an Oxford? Is this the Oxford comma before the word but? I thought Oxford comma was before and. I guess it could be before or. That's the Oxford comma? I don't give an F about the Oxford comma. That is a that's a reference to Vampire Weekend. It's a good song though. No, have you not heard that song? It's literally called Oxford comma. I'm not gonna play it because I'll get DMCA'd, but look it up. The music video is really cool. This one. I do believe the music video was directed by Wes Anderson. Bulma. The most risque thing? I mean, I was just quoting a lyric. When I sing it at home, I say the word. I'm just not going to say the word on stream. Yeah. Cool. Cool. I guess I have other reasoning for this as well. Like, if, let's say I am going to write the styles from scratch on stream, I'm just going to use CSS for that. Especially if I'm doing something that's just like vanilla, so it's HTML, regular plain old JavaScript. It makes sense to just use regular plain old CSS because otherwise I would need to add the Tailwind library to it. Yeah, I'll uppercase Bootstrap and Bulma. Yeah. Also, Tailwind is a type of CSS developer experience. I do not like the experience it provides. I prefer CSS modules, single file component styles, or CSS in JS, much more than Tailwind itself. This is my opinion. And if you do not feel the same, you do not have to... what do I want to say here? This is my opinion, and if you do not feel the same, you do not have to try and convince me of your opinion. I respect your opinion. My opinion is different. I guess? I don't know. Let's add some links in here. Also, is there a Wikipedia page on developer experience? Yeah, DX. Developer experience is a myth. So, I'm starting to realize that people have like repurposed the word. What I'm talking about is the code I have to write to get a thing done, right? Spoken with love? Yeah, okay. This is my opinion. If you do not feel the same, you do not have to try and convince me of your opinion. I respect your opinion. But my opinion is different. I guess I don't know. With love and respect, CJ. I guess I don't want to add a link here, but what I mean by developer experience is like, yeah, what code do I need to write to get a thing done? What build step do I have to go through? What setup is involved? What specific things do I have to write in my code base to get the thing done? And I don't like the way that Tailwind does that. The thing that Tailwind is trying to solve is to make it easier for a developer to look at an element and know what styles are applied to it, right? Like that's one of the things it's trying to solve, and most people would argue for this. Like most people would argue that's why they use Tailwind, because they can look at an element, know exactly what CSS is applied to it, and they don't have to go searching through CSS files or anything else in order to find the styles that affect that one specific element. And that, I do think, is a good reason to want a developer experience like that. Like, it's a good reason to search for something that gives you that, so that, because right now, like, CSS as it is without any of these extra tooling does not make it easy for the developer to know what styles are going to be applied to a specific element without actually running that code and without actually looking at the page, right? So oh, no, I think, so I don't know. I'm also being, like, very tongue-in-cheek with this last piece here. I'm not being too serious. But it's like, yeah. So, just to talk about this for a second, like, that is the one problem that they're trying to solve, right? And the way that they've solved it is by putting all of those utility classes on a specific element, so you know that's how it's being styled. I argue that you can get the same experience with CSS modules. Now, of course, the tooling might not be there, right? Like, you may not have the best extensions in your editor to help with that. This is going to require some setup to get going. Like, I think eventually CSS modules will actually be in the browser. There's actually I think a stage 0 CSS proposal for CSS modules. But what CSS modules give you is, like, strong typing and a strong link between the styles applied to an element and the element itself, right? Because if you're using CSS modules, especially like with TypeScript, you can literally go to definition on that CSS class and see the styles that are applied to it. You don't get that same experience with just plain old CSS. So yeah, and I think the moon face is the kappa, this one, kappa. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, in order to use CSS modules, you need to be like in a Webpack code base that has the plugin enabled for them, or in a Vite code base that has the rollup plugin for them. Which both, if you're using Create React App with Webpack, Create React App, it has that enabled by default. If you're using Vite, it has support for CSS modules out of the box, but it's hiding the configuration from you. Yeah. No. Oh, I see what you mean. Separating your CSS into this is different than CSS modules, but yeah, I see what you mean. Defining CSS in its own file and then importing that somewhere else. Yeah, that's supported. CSS modules are different. So CSS modules, at least this definition of CSS modules, let you import CSS in a JavaScript file, and then you get access to the class names in that JavaScript file. These are the CSS modules that I'm talking about. I mean, this is like a vanilla JS example of it, but what... this is, and it's different than CSS in JS. I'll show that in a second. But you can see, post CSS modules. There is, so the reason I was looking into this because, CSS as JS? No, but it's different though. It's different because you're not importing actual CSS classes. You're importing class names, which is different than importing the CSS as your JavaScript. You're literally just importing class names. It's a whole different thing. It's like a type of module. So when I was looking into like how could I get CSS module support inside of Dino, that led me down a whole rabbit hole of how CSS modules might actually eventually become a web standard. I don't know. We're probably talking about the same thing, Codex. I just want to clarify that it's like slightly different, because like the main developer experience I'm talking about is that if I were in VS Code, I could literally press F12 on this line of code right here, and that would immediately take me to the CSS. The course is not coming along, sadly. All right. CSS modules, stage 0? Not state 0, stage 0. Modular CSS? How long till I'm homeless? A while. I also have my wife who supports me, so. Yeah. Yeah, I'm married. I low-key got married like a month ago, or less than a month ago. I've been engaged for like a year. That's not it. Oh, and thank you, Florin. Welcome in, Florin. I linked to like 2 of your stuffs today, Florin. People were asking about app ideas. I sent them to that repo, and then we were on Udemy, and we saw your 50 app ideas. Well, thanks for all the congrats, everybody. I talked about this a couple. I think I talked about this last week, because like I do hand gestures all the time, and you can see the ring on my hands. Yeah. All right. Actually, I don't even know where I'm going to find the resource for this, but I am going to. I'm going to link to the CSS modules repo. My ring is not the most regular ring. Also, this will be interesting to show. It's a silicone ring. I don't wear jewelry, and my partner actually brought up the point of like, if something happens to your hands, like swelling and stuff like that, how are you gonna get the ring off? And the idea of a silicone ring came up. Because it's like, yeah, you can literally just cut it off, or it's stretchy, so if anything happens to your hands, it's not going to get stuck on there. Yeah. Mapadale says, do you have any advice for an autistic developer that struggles with not understanding and struggles to put code together? I don't have any specific advice. I guess the best advice I can give is try to reword or restructure things in a way that is more familiar to you, because I don't know what your preferred way of taking in information is, but if you know what that is, you can potentially try to restructure your learning environment so that it benefits that a little bit better. I guess I'm being really vague. I don't have a good answer for you. I don't know if anybody in chat, if you have any suggestions for this. But I guess my main answer is to be as specific and methodical as you can be, because I know like most teachers in most learning environments are a lot more general. They don't think about people that need specific instructions and can't think more generally. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just saying that tends to be the issue. Yeah. An NFC ring? I guess it could be like open doors and stuff. Yeah, and thanks for all the congrats, everybody. It was titanium. If your hand gets stuck, you have to shatter the ring to get off. That's insane. How can I get work out of my country? You could try to do remote work, but depending on where you're getting that remote work, the company that you're hired by may or may not be able to hire you because you're in another country, so it varies. But Tales of an Autistic Millionaire. I haven't heard of that one, so definitely check that out. I think this is a book that SQL Gordster is recommending. Mapadel says, that's what I'm doing. I find working with code and breaking it down helps me to understand it. But then when I come to put it together as a project, I go blank. Yeah, and the thing is, I don't necessarily think that this is... I mean, and obviously, like, I do not mean to offend. I do not know your situation. But you're not alone in this problem. Like, there are people that are not autistic that have this same problem. So you may not need, like, a specific solution. It's really just more of like what other people need as well. I think the answer to this also is that you need practice. Like, start small, right? So start with like a small problem that you need to solve, do that, and then work your way up from there. Because then that also is the idea of like breaking things down into smaller solvable pieces. But yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with that as well, Rufus. That's just like another point that I haven't gotten to, but look at this. Most of the things I build on stream are rapid prototypes or things where I do not want to write the styles from scratch. This is my situation, in my opinion, in my, how I am coming across Tailwind, right? So I don't need things to look unique. I just need them to work. I have made the point before that, like, if you are building a custom product, if you have a company that has a specific type of branding, you probably need your own design language. You need your own component library that fits your brand, and Bootstrap is not going to do that. But not everyone is trying to build something specific to a brand or whatever. Yeah. A tungsten ring off Amazon? Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, thank you, BKRXII. Exclamation mark theme in the chat will get you a link to my thing. Yeah, don't be afraid to ask questions. I think that's the other thing as well. Like, yeah, don't be afraid. I guess it also depends on what your learning environment is. Like, do you have access to people that can answer questions for you? That kind of thing. But, yeah. Yeah, we saw that earlier, WBW. It's big news, really big news. Dave Plummer is the author. Yeah, so definitely check out any resources from Dave Plummer. How do you break into the industry? It's a big question to answer. But you probably need some kind of portfolio to display your work or display what you've learned from self-teaching. And then you need to just go job searching. Yeah. Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Pills. Yep. I'm a new developer, and people told me I shouldn't use Tailwind straight away, and I did, and it helped me learn CSS way easier. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends, but I think in general, you're going to get the most benefit out of Tailwind if you already know how CSS works, because it's based on CSS. Yeah. Okay. Let's finish adding links here. Yeah, those of you that are coming late to this conversation, you missed you missed 2 paragraphs of conversation. So I appreciate you coming in here, but yeah. Oh, not that. Let's look at the docs. Look at the guide on styling. I really just want to show styles in Vue. 2 paragraphs, also known as a 20-minute rant. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. So, for instance, if you were to use Vue.js, all of the styles for a given component are co-located with the template code and the script code. Co-located means they're in the same place. So I was mentioning, like, the reason so many people like Tailwind, and the reason why, like, it works for a lot of people, is the developer experience that it provides. When I look at a specific element, I can see all of the properties that are applied to it, so I know what is affecting that specific element, right? Whereas if you contrast that with, like, global CSS, or sometimes even like CSS modules isn't the direct answer. I think it's closer to being the direct answer, and it can provide a solution, but even it isn't the solution. But that's what Tailwind gives you. You can look at that element, you know exactly how it's styled. You don't have to go searching around your code base. Here's my break timer again. I keep getting interrupted. I keep getting interrupted when I'm trying to answer or trying to go down this rant. So that's the experience we want. With that in mind, when you're using something like Vue.js, all of your styles are in the same file. Now, obviously, they're not directly next to the element, so you do have to scroll down or scroll up to get to the styles. But I think it does solve that problem, right? The idea that the styles for this component are close to the element, so I can easily get to them and know how this element is styled. The single file component solves that issue because the styles are right there. And the same thing happens if you're looking at a Svelte app. Because how do we... Here. Same thing happens in Svelte. The styles are right next to your JavaScript code, right next to your template. So I think this is one way of basically solving that developer experience of, like, getting the styles close enough to the component so you know what styles are actually affecting that component. And then the other thing is CSS in JS. So, like, there is literally a library called CSS in JS. I know CSS in JS is a larger concept where, like, styled components and everything else are underneath that umbrella. But React JSS is this, and this gives you that single file component experience inside of React, because you can define your styles. I mean, typically the way I do it is I actually I define them in a separate file for, like, reusability, but you technically could define them in the same file that your component is defined inside of, and then you get access to those specific class names. So, like, I think this is another developer experience that I enjoy a lot more than trying to use Tailwind. And this one specifically, because there are others. There's, like, Emotion, which is styled components, but this works a little bit different, because you get, like, a tagged template function that you then define your styles inside of. I've only tried this a couple of times. I didn't like it as much as this. I preferred this. And honestly, I learned about this by using Material UI, because the older version of... Whoa, they got a new website. The older version of Material... Oh, man. How can I don't like it. Everything's changed. Everything's changed. Right? Did I go to the right website? Okay, I think I went to the wrong website. Where the heck was I just now? Oh, material.io. Okay, that makes sense. This is Google. I want this. And it might have even been version 3. Where they were using CSS and JS. But now in version 5, they're using Emotion instead of CSS and JS. No, it might have even been version 3. I don't know. But all of that to say, you, the person watching this that actually likes Tailwind and wants to convince me to use Tailwind, like, I would guess the main reason you like Tailwind is because everything's all in one place. There's not a whole lot of guessing. It's easy to identify what is affecting an element. And I think there are other solutions for that. But I'll end it with, this is my opinion, and if you do not feel the same, you do not have to try and convince me of your opinion. I respect your opinion. My opinion is different. With love and respect, me, CJ. How do you solve the developer experience of generating arbitrary class names for all of your elements? CSS and JS, I mean, obviously, if I honestly think it's a bad argument to say that I don't like naming things. You're a programmer. You have to name components. You have to name variables all the time, right? Obviously, that doesn't mean you have to like it, but that is just a part of programming. Like, we're seeing an ad. I have to pause my rant. I keep getting interrupted. I can't just rant. Random buttons and paragraphs don't need names, though. Yeah, I mean, I think that gets into the argument of, like, simple utility classes, and I think those are useful, because there's multiple ways, like, multiple reasons and multiple things that you need to do that Tailwind doesn't necessarily solve. So, yeah. But to the idea of, like, creating CSS class names, just like you have to create variable names, you create CSS class names. Like, I can understand that people don't like doing it, or, like, don't like coming up with a class name just to apply one small CSS property to an element. I get that. And I think there is a use case for Flexbox utilities or, like, sizing utilities, but I don't think everything should be a utility class. I think there's a middle ground somewhere between how Tailwind does things and how I want to do things. Ad's not over yet. All right, ad is over now. Welcome back, everybody. I was addressing the comment by Limotes, which, I mean, I think this is one of the reasons why people like Tailwind. Like, they don't have to spend the time coming up with the CSS class names for the things that they're trying to style. But I think it's a bad argument. I think it's just, like, you are, you're already coming up with names for things everywhere else in programming. Variable names, function names, component names. Why is it that you have a problem with coming up with names in CSS? It's the same thing. Now, to this argument that random buttons and paragraphs don't need names, I concur. And I think that it does make sense to have some utility classes. Yeah. Okay, what else do I... on the point of arbitrary naming. Arbitrary naming of random elements and having to come up with names where you otherwise wouldn't. Okay. That's my answer. Okay. No, as a wouldn't. As a programmer, you are already naming other things. Variables, functions, components. Typically, CSS class names align with those other names. On the topic of single elements needing a name, I agree that utility classes, utility? Are useful in this context. But I don't think we should use they have a channel named Useless Arguments About Languages, Operating Systems, Editors, and Other Technologies. That's really funny. Honestly, our Discord isn't active enough to have something like that, I don't think. Maybe eventually it will be, but... I agree that utility classes are useful in this context, but I don't think we should use utility classes for everything. Yeah, join the Discord. Start the conversation. I spelled utility wrong. On the point of arbitrary naming and having to come up with names where you otherwise wouldn't, as a programmer, you are already naming other things. Typically, CSS class names align with those other names. On the topic of single elements needing a name, I agree that utility classes are useful in this context. Single/standalone elements. I agree that utility classes are useful in this context, but I don't think we should use utility classes for everything. Does that help? Standalone, one word? Yeah. Join the debate now. All of the above is my opinion, and if you don't feel the same, you don't have to try and convince me of your opinion. I respect your opinion, but my opinion is different. Also, I'm not trying to say that, my mind won't change, but literally every single person that really, really likes Tailwind and, wants to evangelize it and just tell everybody about it, they all have the same reasoning, and they're all arguing the same points that have not convinced me to use Tailwind for the majority of things. So this isn't saying that I don't listen to reason. What this is saying is that everyone provides the exact same arguments, and I'm tired of hearing it. Yeah. Oh, I've just always used underscores. I've never used asterisks because I think I get confused. Are asterisks going to make this italics, or are they going to make it bold? But now I remember double asterisk is bold. That's why I use that. Yeah. Wait, do slashes work too? I don't know. That's why I prefer underscores, because the asterisks are confusing. But yeah. I mean, if you're just joining, you missed my whole argument about how Tailwind is not Bootstrap, and then there are things that are closer to Bootstrap, but that's different. Yeah, I agree, Nominate, and that's kind of what I'm saying right here. I feel like I could say this better, but I think I'm done talking about this for now. On the point of arbitrary naming of random... Oh, yeah, on the point of naming. Naming on the point of naming / creating CSS class names, you are already naming other things. I think this is a perfect use case for a semicolon. I haven't used a semicolon. As a programmer, you are already naming other things, variables, functions, components, etc. Typically, CSS class names align with those other names. This is not it. This is not the point to use the semicolon. On the point of naming / creating CSS class names, a colon? Okay. As a programmer, you're already naming other things. Typically, CSS class names align with those other names. On the topic of single or standalone elements needing a name, I agree that utility classes are useful in this context, but I don't think we should use utility classes for everything. I think that sums it up. All right, I'm done talking about that. That was what, an hour of, or 45 minutes of that. Cool. And also, I guess I'll add to this, like, it doesn't mean I'll never use Tailwind. Or I do not want to write the styles from scratch. Also, I'm going to put Sass in here, because I do prefer to use Sass. Yeah, so I am using a little bit of Tailwind. So just because I don't like it doesn't mean I don't use it. I don't like React, and I use it all the time. React is bad. React is just, it's not good. Why do we keep using React? Cool. I think Solid is a good middle ground because all of the React developers can keep writing code the way that they're used to, but they just instantly get better performance. And then Preact just has the same problems as React. Like, I don't know. I don't like JSX. No, I think just I don't know. I think I'm really jaded right now. Like, because like even Vue has its problems. Like I prefer it more, but it has a lot to do with like my past developer experience and like my experience as a developer building applications, right? Like where have I had the least friction or the best time, and all of that tends towards like a Vue type solution. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Mysterious. Computers suck. Like, and we're trying our best to come up with good developer experiences, but we're not doing a very good job of it. Oh, I agree with this, Drills. I'm not going to do it today, but I'm going to leave that issue open. Cool. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, it could be fun to use something that I haven't used before for like a simple app like a countdown timer. Yeah. Okay. Wait, there is a proposal to support JSX in the browser? No. Stop it. Stop it right now. Yeah, send me a link, Bogdanovich. Happy to look at it, but I wholeheartedly disagree. Like, JSX syntax is not intuitive. Those of you that use it daily, I mean, and have been using it for several years at this point, obviously you've gotten used to it. But for someone that doesn't use JSX on a daily basis, like, it is not intuitive. Like, there are things about it that are just weird. Is there a GitHub repo for this? No, JSX doesn't return HTML. JSX returns or gets turned into a create element function invocations, which ultimately gets turned into a virtual DOM tree. Why is it bad? Just like I said, like it's not intuitive, and there are a lot of like weird rules that are only rules in JSX but aren't rules in HTML. Like they claim it's HTML inside of JavaScript, but once you do, because there are already rules in JavaScript, when you start to add HTML syntax to it, it creates so many more rules. So the argument that if you already know HTML and you know JavaScript, you know JSX, does not apply, because there's a lot of gotchas there. Also, yeah, like the whole conditional rendering thing is not fun. Doesn't look good. Isn't nice to read. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you can see it on the React. If React hasn't switched to their beta docs yet, you can see it on their website. So if you turn off JSX, you can literally see that the code that you write that looks like this just gets turned into a create element invocation with the type, the contents, all that good stuff. And so this is the benefit that JSX is giving you. So instead of having to write this, you write this, which gets turned into this. Yeah. I don't feel like talking about React right now. But it's like hooks are not intuitive. I guess it has to do like with the developer experience and with things being intuitive. Like as a developer, I want it to be really easy for me to do things and write code based on other things in my app. So talking about like computed properties or watchers or like derived state. Like that's the majority of what we do as front-end developers. And the React solution to that is really clunky. Hooks, use effect, like the dependency array for use effect. The fact that like nobody uses use memo, and then when you try to use memo, everyone's like, oh, well, you're just over optimizing. Like in Svelte or in Vue, like in Svelte we have the $sign tagged line, which lets Svelte know that thing needs to be rerun. Or in Vue you have computed properties. All of that's like really a much better developer experience, I think, than like use effect and use memo and stuff like that. What is this? Is this just like a forum? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you could talk about that, but I don't even think separation of concerns is a good argument against it, because, I mean, these days, if you're talking about breaking your UI down into components, I mean, technically, the concerns of that component are its functionality and its style and its layout, right? And so technically they are three separate things, but when you're talking in the context of components, you actually shouldn't separate them because they're all referring to the same thing. I don't know. No, Preact is the same thing as React. I think the one thing I do like about it is that they've adopted signals. So if you look in their guide, and Allison, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Signals are really cool. Define it, use it anywhere. Like you literally, so this is like a React use state, but it doesn't have to be inside of a component. And once you've defined a signal once, you can literally use it in any component anywhere in your app, and they all stay up to date. And Solid adopts this idea as well. I don't feel like talking about it. Are hooks a must for any React app? No, you can build an app without hooks. So like you can do it the old way of like class style components, but pretty much any React app you come across these days using a whole lot of hooks. Yeah. No one uses use memo. I don't know. I made a PR against this website. This is a pretty cool website idea, I think, Component Party, because this website lets you choose all of the frameworks that you want to compare, and then they have examples of how things are done. Like if you want to compare like React and say Vue, but I argued that like these two examples are not the same. Like, this is not a computed property. This is an expression that gets run every single render. This is a computed property. This is a value that will only change if its dependencies change. And so I made a PR to add use memo to this, but they're like, oh, you're prematurely optimizing. I was like, okay, you could add a more complex example, but these two are not equivalent. Like this calculation, whether or not it's complex or not, is going to run on every single render. That's just the nature of React. Vue actually has a render cycle, just like React. It has a virtual DOM, everything else, but by using this computed thing, this calculation will only ever rerun if this count value has changed. This calculation runs every single render. And people have written like blog posts and stuff about like when you actually should use memo, and like not using it is a lot of times more performant than not. I don't know. Yeah, and that's fine. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's the other aspect of like my opinion on all of this. Like, it has to do with my journey into web development and of like what I've decided to use or not, or like what I've used in the past. So my first introduction to the idea that you could have some state and then you could have a UI, and then when that state changes, the UI automatically updates. My first exposure to that was WPF in C#. MVVM model, view model. They invented that, and then AngularJS stole that. And then I found AngularJS and I was like, oh, this is really cool. I can build web apps the same way that I'm building desktop apps. And then React came out and ruined everything. So, yeah. React seems nice for scalability. I don't think so. I think that's the issue, though. Like, for simple little apps, easy. The moment you have a more complex app with like more complex state and more complex updates, that's where you're gonna see the issues. That's where you're gonna see like, oh, like I actually need to go in and start performance optimizing things because I did it the simple way up front. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, on the surface, yes, but people in the React world would argue that, well, not argue, it's just like the way that React is implemented. For whatever reason, not using use memo is sometimes faster than using use memo. I don't know. I'm done talking. I'm getting real negative, so I'm gonna stop talking about this stuff. React ruined my life. Yeah, this is the other funny thing that it's like, okay, in order to get ESX working inside of the web browser, they have to make a lot of compromises and then actually change it slightly so that so that it is supported by the browser and backwards compatible. I don't know. What now? Let me push these changes up. Add Tailwind rant. Fix the chat app? No, this working on the frequently asked questions took a whole lot longer than I thought. I need to go eat. I haven't used OpenUI. Yeah. And Thiago, thank you very much for that Prime resub. 2 months, appreciate you. A very late lunch. Yeah, I mean, I had I don't know. I've been working on like my metabolism is all weird and stuff because I've been eating a breakfast, like a 300 calorie breakfast at like 9 to 10 a.m. and then I don't eat again until like 3 p.m. And Mikey, man, thank you for that Prime sub as well. That's great. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Not every commit. So typically the sparkles is reserved for new features. So that's why I use the sparkles. It's pretty much always new features for this repo. Yeah. I hate to go though. I really wanted to update my gear page today. But I guess I'll do that tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think so. Tomorrow, the plan for tomorrow is to review pull requests because we have a few PRs open across the Coding Garden GitHub repos. So we'll try to close those, but I think we'll spend some time updating the gear page as well. I might even do this off stream, but then just talk about it on stream because I want to add a section on like lifestyle, so I can talk about like the backpacks I use and stuff like that, and then also a section on IRL streaming, and then also this whole section needs to be updated because this is the main keyboard I use right now, not this one. It's still on the page. Like if you scroll down, it's here, but this is now my main keyboard, so I want to update that. This site needs more anchors. Wait, which one? This one? I guess I technically could generate like a table of contents here as well, right? Yeah, because then it could link to each individual item. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the main thing, Vive, is just like JSX and React won out. Like there's no denying that, right? Which is why the majority of the dev things we're seeing are based on JSX and like the React style stuff from the React ecosystem. But I don't know. I'm gonna go, and there's an ad gonna start in 5 minutes, so we need to go before the ad starts. Thanks everybody for hanging out. This was like a weird negative ending to the stream. It's not typically like that. I thank you everybody for sticking around. Thank you for providing your opinions. I think did we lose Limeotes? Limeotes had opinions on Tailwind, and I think I scared them away. I'm sorry, Limeotes. Oh wait, no, they're still here. Let's all shift to PHP. Cool. Thank you for sticking around, Limeotes, because you know that I just feel a certain way about Tailwind. But I guess so. Yeah, if all of the stuff we talked about today interests you, definitely check out this GitHub repo. Basically, the entire stream today was updating the frequently asked questions, giving you my opinions on stuff and stuff like that. Okay. Join the mailing list. I send a notification out every time I go live. If you want to be notified, sign up there. I can snooze the ads. Oh, but then it would turn on pre-rolls. We're gonna end soon. I'll also let you know if you're already subscribed to the mailing list. I have this new list that you can subscribe to, where I will send notifications for my personal account, W3CJ. And so this is where I've been streaming IRL stuff. I think I'll probably do some music streams over here as well. But if that interests you, definitely go drop a follow on my personal account. Follow over on YouTube. Join the Discord. And stay awesome, because I appreciate you. And tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow will be another similarly chill stream. We're going to review PRs and then update my gear list as well. All right, let's get out of here. Thank you, everyone, wherever you are in the world. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.